Welcome to the Hawks Nest stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in today as we are going to attempt to be the great prognosticator. We're going to try to turn Brandon psychic today. I am going to try and predict the offseason moves of our general manager and front office, John Schneider, to the T if I can. I have been doing this for a couple years now. I've been setting these up in advance, trying to kind of get these out. And I think every year I'm learning John just a little bit better. I think I'm getting a little bit more of a read on which way he might be going and how he might be doing his order of business. And so that would include this year. I think I've got a good feel for which way he probably will be going on this one. But let's try to anticipate what we can do here with John and where he will go. He does have a certain kind of style and brand by which he goes through his off seasons. They do tend to be ones where, he's not often spending a lot of money in free agency. He's wanting to set the stage for the draft so that once he gets to the draft, that he is able at that point in time to really truly draft for value, at least especially early in the draft. They might go a little bit more for need later in the draft, but early on, they want to be able to draft for value. And you do that by making sure your roster is set up prior to the draft and making that happen. Now, this can create some angst as far as from Seahawks fans are concerned, just because they go, well, you're not going hard enough. You're just trying to kind of pepper everything. It's sort of, throw the numbers game at it as opposed to being precise in how you're looking to, attack the roster development side of it. But let's go into this here without any further ado. Let me get into this. I'm going to do this in kind of three different rungs. We're going to look at, clearing cap space, in-house extensions. We're going to look at outside free agents, and then I'm going to show you where I think John would go kind of as far as the draft would be going with all of these moves in front of that. So let's see how good I can go on this. I do appreciate you guys watching today. If you could for me, please hit that like button as you're walking on in the door. I would really appreciate that. And the first order of business that we've got to take a look at here with our Seattle Seahawks before we get to anything else, of course, is going to be the cap situation. Your Seattle Seahawks are right now with the fourth least amount of cap space in the entire NFL at $13.43 million. This is after they had restructured Leonard Williams' contract, saving up about $14 million right there. So still a little bit more work that needs to be done just to get under the cap in order for you to be able to get your business done. So let's go through initially here who are going to be the cap casualties, restructures, which ones do I want to go with here that are going to make the most sense? Whoops, not that one. Don't go there yet. Not there. Here's the one we want right here. So releases or trades. Let's start out the gate with this one. And I think you guys are very well aware of most of the names I'm going to mention on this list, as we've talked about quite a few of them on this, being Draymond Jones, Tyler Lockett, both of the Fants, Roy Robertson Harris at $6.6 million, Rayshawn Jenkins at $5.4 million. And then the one trade that I would put into here would be Riq Woolen. A part that we don't talk about with Riq Woolen, probably enough on this, is that Riq actually is making $5.2 million this year. He is not just simply on some cheap fifth-round rookie contract going into the final year at this point. He's actually making some pretty good money. It's not expensive, but it's substantial, and it's 5.2 that you can clear off the books, especially if you are going to trade him and able to get back maybe a third or a fourth-round pick back in return if he's not as much a part of the long-term plan. So those would be my main cuts that I would be looking to do. Now, this would be getting you pretty good space as far as this goes. And then I'm going to pair this with my in-house re-signings. And we'll get down to some of the bottom numbers on this here in a second, as I'll show you how the numbers play out on this. But your re-signings in-house are going to be Geno Smith at 3 years, $115 million. It does seem like the team is just leaning in that direction at this point. DK Metcalf extended at a 3-year, $88 million. Ernest Jones, 4 years, $44 million. Michael Dixon, heading into the final year of his deal, gets extended here on a 4-year, $15 million deal. And then Charles Cross is the one player from that draft class from a couple of years ago who is rewarded on an extension at 4 years, $80 million. Now, something to keep in mind with all of this is that with the Geno and the DK deal, you're actually going to cumulatively free up about $10 million between the two of those guys if you sign them to a new contract extension. We're going to be able to lower down first-year hits. With Michael Dixon, his cap cost would say about the same for what it's going to be on the books anyway, so extending him doesn't really accomplish much on that. With Charles Cross and with Ernest Jones, I would estimate that the new money on the books, meaning money where we really want to concentrate on here is for 2025, the money that would be on the books is going to be about $10 million extra for the Ernest Jones extension and the Charles Cross extension. Okay, so just keep that number in your mind, because the Geno DK deal, you save $10 million, you get $10 million back in pocket. And then with the Ernest Jones and Charles Cross, it's sort of like negative $10 million off the 2025 cap. Yes, their deals will extend higher into the future, but this is what you're going to have to do if you're going to make any kind of noise at all. I'm not talking like making big, huge splash after splash in free agency. I'm just talking about making one kind of splash in free agency. So these would be a bunch of big contracts you're giving out. 3 contracts over $80 million given out. That certainly would be a sign to the fan base. I think that their commitment is there as far as at least monetarily speaking is concerned. But these would be my only in-house moves. Now, let's go over here to, I want to show you guys something here real quick. A little bit of a cap breakdown on this. So our releases on this cap situation is $59 million. And that's back to that, all those cuts you made plus the trade of Reek Woolen. You get $10 million in cap savings from Geno Smith and the DK on the new deal with them. You're walking into this over the cap $13.4 million. So, and that's the in-house extensions that I just talked about with Charles Cross and Ernest Jones that would comprise about $10 million themselves. So essentially the Geno DK money that you save goes into kind of the Cross Ernest Jones money for the first year of those cap hits. But the way to really, you can break this down on this is take that $59 million. You're going to minus off, you're going to add the 10, that takes it to $69 million. And then you're minusing off the over the cap at 13.4. You're minusing off the 10 for the in-house extensions on the first year of the deal. I'm talking, these are all about the first year of the contract, because we don't really got to worry about 26 or 27. We want to laser focus in only on 25 here for this exercise. The next one's going to be outside free agents, and that will be the next part I'll get to here with you guys. So after we've done our releasings, after we've done our re-signings, now we're on to the open market and free agency. And so how do I think our Seahawks are going to go? I think it's going to go possibly something a little bit like this. So the first move you've got out the gate, the biggest move, I put him second, but it'd be the biggest move that you would make would be that you would indeed look to make a big splash in free agency. And the guy that I had as my number 2 free agent on our list about a week ago when I ran through this exercise was Drew Dalman. He's a 26-year-old center for the Atlanta Falcons. He's a really good, tough player, a good leader on that line. I know that we're looking at guards a little bit with this, but I think that center could just as likely be where they attack on this one. This frees you up to not have to necessarily be as impelled to move Christian Haynes over to center. He can remain more at right guard and duke it out with the rest of the guys over there. But Drew Dalman gives you a really young player that you know what you're getting, an instant upgrade at the center position, as good as that we've had here since at the very least Max Unger. And the one point I want to make sure that I want to show on this, because sometimes people go, we don't have, we can't do the money. Now, number one, why do I have to go 4 years, $70 million? It's a good question. Why it's got to cost that much, Brandon? Why can't we get off the hook for less than that? Well, let me show you the Creed Humphrey contract, which was signed a year ago. And the way the NFL contracts work is that money doesn't go backwards. If you're next up and you're just as good as the player as the prior player, you're going to make about what that same player made. So you can't really look at this and go, well, we want to take him on a discount. I had to kind of structure this up a little bit on looking at it. And so I had to kind of take the 4-year, $76 million baseline of the Creed Humphrey deal as the baseline of this deal. Now, the good news is, as you can see on the graphic I'm showing here for 2024, the cap number is only going to be $5.51 million on Creed's deal last year. They lowered down the base, a lot of guaranteed money down the line, but the first year hit was only $5 million. So he signs a 4-year, $76 million deal, but the first year of the cap hit is $5.15 million. And so that's definitely how you can get this kind of deal done. You give them more guarantees, you give them kind of more of the bonus money within there to make this kind of happen from Seattle's perspective of it. But then that also allows you to really lower down the first year of the cap hit, even though this would be a really big major deal for Seattle to sign with Dalman. So Dalman comes out at 4 years, $70 million to take over your center position. You go for Aaron Banks, familiarity with this scheme, still a relatively young player. I don't think he's really great, but this would be a little bit younger than John's gone recently at the guards positions at times when he looks on the outside looking in like Gabe Jackson or even Laken Tomlinson last year. Banks is a little bit younger, so 3-year, $24 million deal for him over at left guard. Tierra Tart, you go get a nose tackle out in free agency from the Chargers, had a really good year last year, 3 years, $17 million deal. And then you sign a 1-year deal for Elijah Moore and Jordan Lewis. You need some help at wide receiver, and you need some help at cornerback, especially after you've moved Reek Woolen at this point. Now, with Moore and Lewis, you don't have to get caught up on their names. It would be more of, hey, he's going to allot $3 or $4 million to a receiver or to another cornerback, and if you want to look at him as more sort of placeholder kind of things and how they sort of sit with that. So when we go over to the first year hit, as I was talking about before on that, I showed you prior with the Creed Humphrey deal that it was about $5.1 million on the first year hit. With Dahlman, I just kind of etched it up a little bit more to $7 million on the first year hit to try to be realistic. Aaron Banks has got $6 million on his first year hit. Tierra Tart, $4 million. Elijah and Moore and Jordan Lewis were on 1-year deals, so those are both $4 million a piece. So this is the first year cap hit. You want to concentrate on 2025. To me, that's the most important part of this puzzle when we look at the whole grand scheme of things on this. And so what does this break down as far as the cap goes? So we go back over here to the 2025 cap situation. We started out with $69 million minus the $13.4 million that we were over the cap, minus the $10 million for the in-house extension, minus the $24 million for the outside free agents. That's our kind of our whole formula for this. So how does it all come out in the wash? The way it comes out in the wash is that your remaining cap space would be $21.6 million. This allows you to put $8 million to the 2025 draft, which you got to pay for your draft guys. That's the way that goes. You need about $6.5 to $7 million of reserve money as well on the books, just for moves that you can make in season. And then I've given them another $6 million that they're going to have with play money that they could utilize around the trade deadline if they want to make a trade deadline move, as far as giving them some flexibility in this situation. So this would be essentially what I would look for them to do, or something along these lines as we go into free agency this offseason. I wouldn't expect many deals, but one major deal to be made, especially to reinforce this offensive line with a guy that you know what you're getting. You're getting a pretty young player, and plug and play day one starter frees you up a lot for the draft, which is a lot of what this will do too as well. Because when you do look at these signings that I've made, both with the extensions and these guys, you're now coming into the draft with, what do you have to hammer? What do you have to pick? What are the positions that they're absolutely a must? You got to go deal with this one. Well, maybe receiver, maybe tight end in that, because you did let go of Fant and you're down 2 tight ends. So there's those 2 there, but everything else across the board sitting pretty good at that point from John's perspective to be able to run the draft however he wants to then run the draft. So let's get over to that. And let me show you where I think John's going to go as far as the draft goes. Get this. Okay. So I see John running a draft kind of like this on the back of this one now. So we go first round, going to stay totally in value in the first round. There's a lot of good edges in this class. John early in the draft, value. He loves edges in the first round in this kind of place of things, I would believe. And Shamar Stewart is a guy that I could see draw a lot to this team as far as them liking him quite a bit there in the first round. Mike McDonald wants power edges in his defense. It's a requirement. It's something where in a lot of ways this defense kind of starts from that area of things. And right now you don't really have power edges. This is the reason that you made the trade for Trevis Gibson and Roy Robertson Harris. It's because you don't have these guys that he wants in his scheme to do it. Both Mafa and Hall bring their own attributes to play, but they're not pure power edges in what he really wants and to be able to set those hard edges. A guy like Shamar Stewart would be able to do it. He's got a lot of upside. Kid's just kind of starting to figure it out. I could see the team getting very much hot to trot on him, especially as they're a year out from having to kind of decide on Boye Mafe. And you're going to keep, by the way, you noticed in this deal, I kept Uchenna Nwosu on the books. He was not part of who I had released off the books. So there's not a desperate need here at edge, but you're getting kind of ahead of the situation a year out by getting Shamar Stewart in there. And then you've got a hell of a 4 stack in there moving into next year between Hall, Mafe, Uchenna, and Shamar Stewart coming in there kind of learning the ropes. Donovan Jackson in round 2, tackle guard combination for your Seahawks would be a really nice pick for them. You have Aaron Banks, Dahlman. You bring this kid in to duke it out then with Banks and kind of let the best man win. If he's good to go day one, he overtakes a guy like Banks and you feel bad about putting the money in as you did, but you'll get out after that deal after a year if you had to. If Banks comes in there and he's ready to go day one and it takes time for Donovan Jackson to develop, you've got a little bit of that time to let that kind of figure itself out, sort itself out. Seahawks come back to another Ohio State player in the 3rd round, Will Howard. They go get their quarterback this year in that 3rd round period. Come back in the fourth and address the tight end with Jackson Hawes, the best run blocking tight end in this draft, in my opinion. A guy that also probably could be utilized with some fullback snaps. We heard Clint Kubiak talking about this in the press conference last week. Jake Majors, center out of Texas, another guy that you bring in there at this point. I know you signed Dahlman, but as I said, I think you're going to try to, with this now, move more of Christian Haynes back to right guard rather than transitioning him over to center. And now you have a Jake Majors and Oluwatimi sort of duke it out for who's going to be the best backup behind Dahlman. Rondé Gadsden, H-back, tight end from Syracuse, very productive for them last year. Jimmy Horn, Nazir Stackhouse, wide receiver, defensive tackle in round 6. I don't know if those guys will necessarily be there at that point, but they may. You never know with these drafts. And then a cornerback, Tommy Hill in the 7th round was who I looked to go grab right there. So something along these lines where, again, you've walked in this draft not being impelled by necessarily need. I know I drafted a couple of tight ends, which fits to John's track record as well, right? He's shown in recent drafts that he will double down on positions. Double down on receivers, double down on cornerbacks, double down on tackles. You know, he will do that in certain drafts. So I could see, especially with this draft being what I would consider to be probably the deepest draft for tight ends in about 15 to 20 years, I really, really could see him going back in this direction of things and picking up these guys. So you've got Dahlman there at center. You've got Banks duking it out with Donovan Jackson at left guard. Your right guard's got a triple stack there of guys to let them all fight it out, put them in a room and see who comes out. Put them in a room, let them duke it out and see who comes out of it. You'll have Christian Haynes, you'll have Bradford, Sa'atoa Luamea, also all in the mix of these guys at that point to try to kind of see who can, maybe give you some good snaps out there. You also get in Donovan Jackson, I think, with a guy who's shown you can play left tackle, that absolutely then he can play some right tackle too if you're going to need that in a pinch with Abraham Lucas, which maybe is a possibility, though he does sound like he has been able to, maintain his health pretty well here. Let me know what you guys think, though. Are you guys feeling this kind of offseason from your Seattle Seahawks? With this kind of offseason, do you think take them to a contending status of things? Does there need to be more? Do you feel like they should hammer that guard position more than just a Banks? Save a little bit more money and double dip. And I certainly wouldn't be upset at all if this team wanted to, rather than kind of go for a couple of those low-end deals around the one major deal, to just sign the 2 major deals with both a center and a left guard. Where you go, okay, we're set up. We've got our line good to go. These guys are vets. They're going to come in. They're going to be ready to roll. It's not going to take a lot of time for them to have a learning curve. And I can understand that being a bit of an approach that you'd like to see them take too. I was just trying again with this was, rather than getting it into more of a kind of, as I've done these in the past, sometimes a little bit more of a wish off season. I really want to try to make this more of a, here's an expectation of what I think we'll get from John from an off-season approach. And I think that this is the offseason that he does sign that offensive lineman and free agent and spends that true blue money. I've said, because I just don't think that he can afford to not. I think that if he refuses to do this once again and he goes back into a draft and the draft doesn't return the results for him on the offensive line to give him some immediate results, that's the type of stuff that could eventually find him losing his job for this. And I think that it's reached this stage of things where it's already kind of gone a little bit beyond the pale. And if he tries to stretch it any further, I think that it's going to be pretty dangerous for him. So I think this is going to push him to do this. I'd certainly be in support of it. I'd love to see the offensive line be made a priority at this point. We'll see if John's willing to do it, though. As we know, he has been a little bit hesitant in the past to go down this road. Let me know what you guys think, though. Let's just see where you guys are at with the chat today. Probably just going to be a fairly quick in and out show here with you guys today. We're going to get a member show up with you guys too in the next day or two, if not tomorrow on Saturday. So be on the lookout too on your community posts. If you are a member of the channel, I would appreciate that. We got not a lot of new news to talk about here today. Clint Kubiak did his press conference. It was good. Nothing I think that was to be taken away from it that was too groundbreaking. It's pretty much typical coach speak from my perspective of things. Very in favor of Gino, very in favor of DK. That part was cool to hear, but not a lot to really pull from, I think, outside of that. He was well-spoken. He seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders in his direction and how he's wired. And so it was a good press conference, but not a lot for me to really glean off of it either. Martin Lawrence says we probably need at least a left guard and center. Yep, that will get center in the draft, so it needs to be in free agency or trade. Yep. There's not a lot of really great centers in this particular draft. It's kind of a lean crew right now. I don't have my first center gradable draft to the 4th round right now as it stands. It's a very lean group. Nope, this isn't pre-recorded, Phoebe. We're live. Holocard says trade for Herbert. I don't know if the Chargers are letting Herbert go. It's snowing out there. We're getting hammered with some rain here too in Southern Cal. Mythic says, when we won the Super Bowl, we had like at least 4 Hall of Fame level players on the roster. Who on this team is a Hall of Famer? No one. No one is barring Big Cat's dominance. The team is 2 years away. Fair points, man. Yeah, I don't. I'm not sure that there is a Hall of Famer currently on this squad. To your point. Feed more Seahawks. Thank you for the $2 donation. We should create DOCE, Department of Cap Efficiency. John could use that, that's for sure. Lethal Lance agrees with me, says Drew Dahlman's a top priority. I like him. He's a good player. Mythic says we don't talk about how grim our cornerback room is. It's really just Spoon and no one else. And I'd be hesitant to call Spoon even a top 10 corner right now. Yeah, it needs some help. That's for sure. I do think that in my scenario that I proposed today that I couldn't kind of build into the scenario, Mythic, is that if you do trade Tariq Woolen, you're going to probably get a 3rd or 4th round pick back for him. I also didn't have in my mock draft scenario the compensatory draft picks that will be included in this process either. So we have at least 2 more compensatory picks coming from last year's free agents. So those are 3 extra additional picks that will be in this draft, and not just necessarily at the back of the draft. So there's going to be more room there for John to potentially go and pick some corners here in this one. Why you mad, bro? I would not trade Reek Woolen with the F. I don't know that $5 million that's really worthwhile to keep Reek here. And Reek definitely is a good cover guy, but the tackling side of Reek's not coming forward, and that's kind of a prerequisite in McDonald's scheme. His scheme's not one that's built for guys that don't really want to tackle. And I don't think that part of his game's coming largely forward in year 4 or 5 of the Woolen experience. Nazir, is a Myles Garrett trade not logical? It's possible. I think, though, if you go logical, I think logical would tell you that one of those teams that has a lot of cap space is going to be more willing to go make the move for him. I mean, we offer a 1st round pick. The Cardinals offer a 1st round pick. You know, why the Browns are going to take the Cardinals 1st round pick because it's better. We could you know, kind of throw more at the Cardinals than or throw more at the Browns than what the Cardinals are. Then you're having to kind of overpay. So it's possible, but I think it's probably a long shot considering some of the other teams that I think are going to be much more motivated to drive harder to go make that happen. Lethal says opens up to best BPA, which may be a Draymond Jones replacement in Shamar Stewart who can play D-edge for you. Exactly. We're thinking exactly along the same lines, Lethal. Brian says DJ Reed's a big target IMO. He might be. Jamarcus says, yes, I don't get the trade Reek thing. You'll likely get a 3rd for him and it only clears about $5 million of cap space. That's not just worth it at all. Not just because of the player that Reek is, but the hole it would leave. Yeah, you guys are going to have to walk me through the Reek is a really great player thing. I think I would just ask my fan base a little bit on this one with it at times is that, you know, something that I've really noticed that's popped up in recent history at times with it. And it bites us on the butt as a fan base, and it bites our front office in the butt at times, in that we tend to fall in love with our own guys. And we do so at times a little bit too much to the point that we look past where they're problematic and where they're issues. And we just sort of get caught up in the like, he's our guy, I love him thing. You know, Reek Woolen's not a bad player. Is a Reek Woolen a guy that I want to spend any money in the future to on a contract extension? No, absolutely not. You can tell me all day that he covers and does all this stuff. The man doesn't want to get off blocks. The man doesn't want to tackle. The man's missing fire on the football field. I know I don't want to spend $5 million for that. Yeah, I think I can go get a corner in here that's going to more fit to what Mike McDonald wants from his cornerbacks. And, I don't know if you, in watching this last season of Rick Woolen, now you look at that season and go, well, that was a good year. I mean, he had maybe his worst year. I mean, isn't it a little bit, to the folks that are so pro Reek, isn't it a little bit eye-opening the fact that he had his best year in year one as a football player? Doesn't that sort of speak to it being a bit of a warning sign in regards to him? If the team wants to keep him, then that's fine if they want to keep him. But there's problems here with Rick Woolen. He's not as good as you guys are talking about here in the chat on how he's being referenced here. And again, I would just offer to you guys that there are guys that we fall in love with here a little bit too much, and you can't let yourself fall in love with the guy too much at the price of, hold on to him just because he's one of our guys kind of thing. I don't get the kind of attraction with Reek. I think he gave up like 5-6 touchdown passes this year. You can't even trust him on a fade ball at the goal line against Keon Coleman, which is supposed to be his whole bread and butter. He has a complete, just brain dead moron moment against the Green Bay Packers at the end of the half, where he doesn't seem to understand what's going on or what the Green Bay Packers are trying to do. Has just a variety of just dumb moments this season, like where he's trying to, you got a 4th and 26. He's supposed to come up and tackle this guy. Instead, he just decides to dial it back, puts his foot off the acceleration, has his other guys, you guys go make the tackle. And what's the first thing that happens? Julian Love screaming in his face right after the play about his lack of effort. Then you have him in the Minnesota Vikings games get sat down. He literally doesn't play in the very first series of that game. We end up having Trey Brown get smoke showed down the field at that point because he sat. Why? Because he sat for a disciplinary reason. I understand completely if we've got guys that are worthy of being fawned over and are that good. Like, Reek ain't that good. He ain't that good. He's fine. He ain't bad. But he's certainly not somebody that we should be like holding on to with tight clutches and clutching our pearls at the thought of the fact that he could be leaving. And $5 million is a significant amount of money, especially for a team right now that's $13 million over the cap. It isn't cheap. I don't know. I don't get it sometimes with it, where we haven't been a contender here in 10 years. We need to be a lot more about like not loving guys that are here. They're not getting the job done. So that's, in my opinion. And the draft is very deep with corners, and we got Rick in the 5th round a couple years ago. Gave us better than any season we've got off of him the past 2 years. Yeah. Aaron says only sign Elijah Moore if Tyler Lockett's making like under $8 million. Filling the roster receivers not ideal for Gap. Tyler Lockett in my scenario, Aaron would have been cut. So I think you have to cut Tyler to free up the cap space at this point. Nagasa, we'll see on if Dahlman doesn't want to come. Are you aware of any information on that? I'm not aware if we've heard him saying where he wants to go or doesn't want to go. Is it safe to say I don't trust John to fix the line? Yeah, it makes sense. What's up, me? How you doing? It's good to see you in the house. Hey, Nicholas. Good to see you, brother. I think I like this. It covers up major needs and opens up BPA for the draft. Let's go. Henning says, if we go get a big-time center, we're not going to draft another backup center. It's possible. Again, it's in the 5th round. So if you want to go instead a different position there, that's fine. I wouldn't get too hung up on it. Carson Jihad Campbell is my guy in the draft. If I think McDonald would be sick to his stomach if we had to pass on him. He can play a bit of edge, which allows Tyrese Knight to see the field. I think he's possible, Carson, but certainly he's probably only going to be possible if you don't re-sign Ernest Jones. So that would be a bit of the key on that one, but if you don't, I could certainly see it possible. Catalyst, I think Trey Smith goes to the Bears or something. Yeah, Catalyst, I do too. I think the Bears or the Raiders, I think one of those teams that's got like $100 million is just going to throw everything at him. Say nothing of Kansas City, who just had their offensive line get kind of beat on, especially on the tackles. I don't know if they want to create another hole, letting Trey Smith go out there in free agency. Ricky says Clint Kubiak's system has to have a good center. That's where I see GM spend some cash at. Me too. Me too. Catalyst asks, do you see us sticking at 18 or trading down? Hard to say. I think John's open to moving down for sure. But I think that what makes it hard to predict this beyond John or his intention with this is that in recent first round drafts, it just seems like we're seeing a harder time of there being as much mobility as there had been like 8 or 9 years ago. Everything seems to be a little bit more like teams just don't want to give up those picks in the second, third, fourth round to move up in that way. Probably just end up picking where you stand. Anthony, grades able is good. I like him. Mythic says Tariq Woolen could be the best corner of all time if he cared, but he doesn't. He doesn't even bother playing for a contract last season. Yeah, that's my thing with this, is that if the guy's playing like this before you pay him, it's not going to get better once you pay him. And if the determination is that we're not going to pay him and we're not exactly sure about his true ultimate complete fit here, then this is what causes me to be in the direction of saying, okay, this is what you move on from the guy at that point. It's not merely that the guy's bad per se. And I think he's got as much talent as anybody in the NFL. But I also will say this, and I feel very, very passionately about this, and watching all the tape that I watch on these guys and players. I can, and especially I'm doing this right now and going through the college players, because you can even see it at the college level of things. There are guys that have a fire in their belly, and there are guys that don't have the fire in their belly. And you either got it or you don't have it. I ain't going to be able to teach you how to do it. You know? And right now, when I watch Reek on tape, when I watch him at times feeling like he's out there, you know, not running at 100%, just kind of sometimes going through the motions in his play, I don't see the fire in that guy's belly. The guy's got really good corner skills. He can cover. He's long. He's got as good a ball skills as you'll find in the sport. But whatever good you bring when that negative is on the other side of it is that you don't have that fire and you aren't out there giving it your all, play after play, while all the other 10 guys around you are. Just think about how that resonates with the other 10 guys on the football field. That's when you have a Julian Love getting up into his face with the game on the line because he almost gave up a first down on 3rd and 26 because he didn't want to tackle. It doesn't work. The puzzle piece doesn't fit in with the rest. And it's unfortunate. I wish it wasn't this way with Reek, but we can speak about the good stuff, but we can't ignore the bad stuff with Reek as well. And him remaining here is not just a net complete plus for the Seattle Seahawks team in the next season. You know, in a lot of ways, you could have him be as much of a detriment as anybody else that you took out there at cornerback. Say nothing of maybe being able to improve the position overall if you can go out there and find a better tackler. You know, it's nice for the system to be able to have it shut down guys on the outside, but it's not a requirement of it. Snail says, B, as a general manager in Madden, I traded Woolen for a starting level tight end in the 3rd. Would you be mad at that trade? No. I think 3rd's about as far as you're going to get with him. But if you get that, that'd be more. So I'd be with it. Rob's, I've seen worse. Dylan, thank you for the $5 donation. Let's take the Eagles' path and draft Kenneth Grant at 18. Leo, and Murphy with Hall and Maffey on the outside would be insane. Also, I like Caldwell too. I haven't had a chance to take a look at Caldwell. He's one of the next guys up on my list on that defensive line to take a peek at. But I'd be okay with that approach too. Kenneth Grant was my first guy on my first mock I ran that I had at 18 being taken. And he's a freak show. And he's a guy that, you know, you're going to your point, Dylan, you're kind of doing the Jordan Davis Philadelphia Eagle approach. That's right along the same place where they took Jordan Davis in the draft themselves. A little bit of different players, but both kind of similar too. And they give you the nose tackle stuff, but they also give you a little bit of pass rush as a nose tackle. Amaze, what's the infatuation with Stewart? I know sacks aren't everything, but 4.5 in 3 seasons is pretty wild. If we're going defense at 18, I'd rather have Campbell. I don't know if Campbell's going to last to that point there, Amaze. I wouldn't have any problem taking Campbell if he's the guy there instead. part of this with me and Mays is not just it's not what my individual feeling would be with Shamar Stewart. It's a bit of the two-pronged process of this. It's trying to predict what John Schneider would do and where his mind is at on certain players and how he looks at certain players. Also understanding what Mike McDonald needs in the defense. You probably missed it at the top of Mays. I was speaking to the fact that this is a pick that's made because as much as anything is that you struggled to find the power edge here. Mike Morris was supposed to be the power edge, didn't work. Traded for Travis Gibson to be the power edge, didn't work. Draymond Jones was supposed to be the power edge, didn't work. Roy Robertson Harris was supposed to be the power edge, didn't work. So it may seem like kind of in a casual way, like a position that really doesn't matter. We got Maul, we got Mafe. What do you power edge? Who needs a power edge? What does that matter? Just a power. Who cares for a guy that's not going to be sacking and he's not going to be pressuring and he's not going to be hitting quarterbacks? And this is where I know that doesn't make a lot of sense, but this is a little bit of what the new scheme and system requires and needs, and it's been hard to find, and this guy would check that box. He's also a very young player, Mays, so I think that the outlook here would not be, here's where his production is, so this is where he's going, but it's more of, he's a real raw guy just kind of finding himself, but the talent and the physical ability is so much there that it's only a matter of time before the light turns on with him. I think that would be the theory as to why they would do it, but it wouldn't necessarily be just per se my approach to this. What I was trying to do with this Amaze was predict John Schneider's moves and what he would do with this. Gatlis Woolen is insanely fast. Great recovery speed as a boundary corner, though he's bad tackler and struggling against in-breaking routes. Yep. Lethal says Greek's a great 5th round pick. He's not a great top 5 corner. He's not a great top 5 cornerback. True. Agreed. Glad we got the agreement on that. Kevin, thank you for the $2 donation. Not opposed to quarterback in the 3rd round, but Royals or Ricky White, please. I'd be okay going that direction too, Kevin. So if they took a receiver instead of going quarterback, I'd understand it. As I said, with it's just kind of predicting a little bit more to John and what I think he's going to do. I think John's been wanting to draft a quarterback in a lot of drafts, and that this is just one that I think is going to push him in that way to do it. But with Royals and Ricky White, I think I've got a 3rd round grade on both of those guys. I do. I like Ricky White a little bit more than Royals, but I got them both in 3rd round grades. I don't see any problem with those guys in the 3rd. That would definitely be about right. 501st rejected. Trading Reek isn't going to give us much, so I don't see us unless we straight up release him. We'll see. There may be a team out there that likes his cover skills and ability to take away the ball. Nagas, it's the same with DK. It's not about the player, it's about the money it would cost. It's fair enough. 501st. I like Kobe Bryant, man. He's good. 501st. I like him. He's a fun player. I like both those Kansas corners though. I like Mello Dotson too, so if we want to grab both those two guys, I'd be all right with that. Meg says, Woolen was my favorite player. I may as well have been the leader of his fan club. And even I'm saying that his ship has sailed. It really sucks, but that's just how it is. I was the same place with it. I had a lot of hope after this kid in year 1 with what he showed us to go, hey, here, look what we got. This thing's ready to roll. But it's been a step backwards over the last 2 years, in my opinion. I think that the coverage skills were not as good last year. He was getting beat where he had not been beat deep before, especially at times. And just the tackling's not coming forward for the guy that you thought would be the receiver transitioning to cornerback, and that you give it 3 or 4 years. It's going to take him some time, but it'll get better. It'll improve. It'll get better. But it won't get better if you don't have the tenacity of spirit to want to get better. If you're just looking on a football field from the cornerback position to avoid getting in on plays, to avoid hits, to avoid contact, you can find ways to make business decisions. Business decisions was invented for cornerbacks because there's ways of getting cued on tape to sort of dance your way around it. The All-22 doesn't hide it. You can do it on maybe the television copy where you can kind of, hide yourself in behind guys, but the All-22 is going to show when the effort's there, when it's not, when you're trying your ass off, or when you're just sort of, putting it in 2nd gear and hoping that that'll be enough. Seth says, I doubt Mike has high opinions on Reek, and I don't think he deserves a big contract. Me neither. That's my feeling as well. Ricky, the only reason why I would keep Woolen is because he's on contract year and will have to ball out in order to get paid. Let him walk in free agency as his value and coverage is still valuable. Very well be where they go with it. And especially if there isn't a trade partner out there to be had, I don't think that they would just release him. I think it would take there to be some kind of capital back given to you in return. But very well could be the way that it plays out on that. Jamarcus Reek definitely has tackling issues, but we've seen the upside of his coverage. And who says he's going to warrant a monster contract? I got to see the contract first, but it just doesn't seem worth it at all. Yeah, I just don't think that you're really willing to pay a player, though, Jamarcus, are you, if the guy doesn't want to tackle? I mean, isn't that kind of a problematic spot of giving him, okay, so he doesn't make the $20 million or $25 million of the elite cornerback, but then you're going to pay him 12, 13 million at that point. I don't know, that'd be hard for me to do that. My man's flirting with almost a 20% missed tackle rate. Yeah, Oscar, I'd rather develop Josh Jobe or another cornerback and let Reek go. I think that this is what the team would probably do as well in this. It's just an instinct. I might be wrong on it, but just an instinct. Hans says, B, I like your approach. The approach you laid out. Pretty likely John goes for your approach. I prefer Armand Mabo or Tyler Booker in the first. Is Shamar the finisher of the two brothers? The finisher of the two brothers? I don't know on that part. But I'd be okay with that too, as a different direction with it, Hans. If they went that was another route to it, you sign me up on it, for sure. Armand's really nice, and I ran a couple of other mocks there, trying to do kind of a John mock, and I think in my other one I had Armand going with our first pick. Black says I'll do with my pearls what I want. Patrick, is Travis Kelce done? I think he'll probably show up one more year. I think he retires. I kind of feel like he probably retires. It kind of feels like this is about the right time. Zach says, doubt they go center with the Haynes to center talk. Call me crazy. It's the last O-line position I'm worried about between Olu and Haynes. Very well maybe where they go with it, especially if they, Zach, have a lot of confidence in the fact that Haynes can make that transition. Jamarcus says, ironically, they threw the Keon Coleman fade route twice and he knocked it away the first time, but people won't talk about that, but that's relevant. The return for Reek is simply not worth it. Well, I guess, Jamarcus, we don't know what the return is for Reek on it. And if you're getting back a third or a fourth at this point, I don't know that I can say that that's just flat out not worth it. And while it is good that indeed he stopped the other fade route prior to the one that they beat him on, that's the kind of route that he should shut down. That's the kind of route that he should be locked down. He's 6'3" with insanely long arms. There's nobody that should be out grabbing him for the ball down by the goal line, period. There's also 5 other touchdowns in addition to that. There's 7 penalties this year. The guy's been penalized in 3 years 24 times in 3 years in this league. I mean, it is kind of what we'll see. I don't think, though, that, again, I don't know. My opinion on this, Jamarcus, is this. I really do feel this, another just kind of passion point on this. I think that we do fall in love with our own guys. I think that it's kind of problematic because the organization does the same thing and it prevents you from moving on to then upgrade or get something that could be better at the position. I don't think Reek is necessarily going out there and doing a lot to help you win games right now. He's get you some coverages, it gets you some couple picks a year on it, but yeah, I think that he's definitely been overinflated by the fan base on this a little bit by that flashy rookie first season. And I don't think that Mike McDonald, being a defensive-minded coach, for what Reek brings out there, for that lack of effort out there, having his effort questioned on the field, getting sat down because he's having disciplinary problems in his third year in this league, so that To me, that's all, maybe I'm just missing it completely on this Jamarcus, but to me, that's a pretty big warning sign that the team's kind of getting less and less hot to trot on the guy, more like, hey, we move on. But if they want to keep him Jamarcus, hey, keep him. I don't care. It was just a proverbial, just trying to, on all this Jamarcus, it was trying to anticipate what I think John's doing. And I knew this was going to be a bit of a problem with this, where it's like, well, this is what you want on it. No, it's me trying to just predict what I think John's going to do on this. So don't shoot the messenger on this. It's just kind of that as much as anything. I do agree with John on doing this if he were to do it. But at the same point in time, I'm also kind of just scratching my head a bit on it, because I don't quite understand the draw as much on a guy like Reek here. As much passion as there is behind him on it, because I don't know that he's done enough quite to necessitate this off of his performance on the field. But maybe I'm just misseeing it. That could be too. Dallas, I'm disappointed with Haynes. I consistently hear from experts he was the most ready to guard as soon as the season started. We heard he's not strong enough. Strength should be easy to tell. Yeah, definitely a lot of us probably missed him, myself included. Potentially had a lot of bad outlook on Haynes as a player, and what he was going to do and where he was going to go and how he was going to get it done, and bop it a bop. So it definitely seems like a big miss here, myself included on that. Kevin, Trey Smith looked fine in the Super Bowl overall. I think the problems for more of the Eagles came from the left side of their offensive line, and the tackles were more of the issues. Hans, you need to look at the approach and not specifically all the names. You can change them out a bit. Would love to see Jaron Reed back. Yeah, Jaron's possible. I didn't have Jaron Reed coming back just because of the fact that I think that it does put an obstacle in front of Byron Murphy to getting to the 3 tech. Because last year you had Leonard Williams at 3 tech, and then you have Jaron Reed at 3 tech, and then there's not a lot of snaps left over at that point for Byron Murphy to do it. Jamarcus says, now if he's asking for a contract that's uncomfortable, I completely get it then, because he's not necessarily a well-rounded player. Yeah, I don't think that's a part of it. I wouldn't put that into the... I don't think that he's in a position to ask for a contract after last season. It's possible, but I don't think he is. Dallas, I'd rather stick than trade down. It's been a long time since trading down's worked well for us. It's true. TheSeahawksNest, Uchenna guarantees are pushed back. Does that mean he stays? Yes, I would think so. Yeah. If that's what they've done. Let me see what you're seeing. Brady Henderson reports the Seahawks have pushed back outside linebacker Uchenna's injury guarantee for 2025. Let's see what this means here. Tomorrow was the original trigger date in which Uchenna Nwosu's $6 million injury guarantee for 2025 would vest into fully guarantee per a copy of his contract. Sounds like that date may have been pushed back from what I'm hearing, so it appears nothing's imminent. So, not sure what to read into that. I mean, it could be pushing it down the line to let him go. It could be just that's an indication he's staying. Hard to say on that one, I would say. Thanks for the update on that, Feed Me, though. They definitely had to do his decision, or it was going to be down to kind of cutting him. And this does seem to, at least, you could have just cut him today if the intention was going to be just to cut him. So this would be an indication. It would seem like my prediction on this one might be kind of true on that. Uchenna is going to be one of the folks that might be able to survive the great cutting of 2025. Kevin, thanks for reminding me. Please hit that like button if you guys wouldn't mind. I'd appreciate it. Lethal says, Rob Stanton mentioned something important with Christian Haynes. He graded around 90 in zone blocking his last year at UConn. Maybe that's a good reason he was very vocal in his support in Kubiak. Good point. Maybe it'll better fit him out here on that one. I hadn't thought that's a great point on Rob's part. I do hope he can turn it around too, Dowsker. It was a disappointment, and again, I'm one of those ones that missed on that one. You know, I thought he was ready to go, and just Didn't catch the tape right on that. Maybe you'll realize it yet. Z's Noah Fant has to go. AJ Barner is already a better block tight end. I did have Fant as my guy that was going to be one of my cuts in this scenario. Lethal says Kubiak basically didn't emphasize anything other than his scheme needs an elite center and needs his tight end to block. Not good news for Olu or Noah Fant. Nope, probably not for either on that. Yeah. Jamarcus says Stewart pressed the pocket a lot, often causing the quarterback to step up in the pocket. That added tremendous value in itself. So I get Shamar Stewart thing. He's also a monster in the run game. Two very good points by Jamarcus. And again, not to, the real first part of Jamarcus's point is not to be undersold here, and that is that the power edge in this defense, a lot of ways, what we see, and we saw Derek Hall kind of filling this role a little bit last year, but I think a guy like Stewart would do it even better. You widen him out into a wide 9, and then you just tell that guy to launch off the ball, and it's like he's shooting a gap, but he's just running through the tackle. That's all he's doing. And then from the tackle's perspective, because he's in a wide 9, and you have this guy at 280, 290 pounds coming at you in this way, you're letting that guy get build-up speed, and you just have to sort of be there just to sort of absorb it from a tackle standpoint. And you're used to dealing with guys that are 255, not 280, 285, kind of, I forget where Stewart's at, but he's a big boy. And that's where now you can really force the offense. You're sort of dictating terms to the offense, because every time now that quarterback knows that defensive end off the edge is just going to just kind of always be kind of collapsing that pocket pretty generally quickly with his bull rush. And then that means I've got to be more mindful about stepping up into the pocket. And now I can pair that wide 9 power edge with the simulated pressures and the blitzes up front and the loops up front to be able to now force him up back into the loop that's coming up underneath him. And now all of the pass rush kinds of pairs together, but it starts off with that power edge that can just come down and really just kind of be a bull in the china shop when it comes to the dropbacks go. And it is really, and that's why I say it's kind of the inherent important part to McDonald, where his defense kind of starts a bit, not only in setting hard edges in the run game, again, to your point on this Jamarcus, which he's very good at. Hard edges, you're not going to move him off the spot. He's going to force and reroute all those runs back inside. You want to go outside zone, that outside zone is going to quickly turn to inside zone when Shamar's on the outside. But that power edge and that role in this defense all the way around is very big, and they're going to find it somewhere in this draft, I think. I do. Dylan Sosa, thank you for the $5 donation, Dylan. I also think y'all are underestimating Jarran Reed's leadership on this team. I think we need to bring him back for sure. Plus, he's good depth for his age. Yeah, I have. I don't have any problem bringing back Jarran. It's really not at all for me an issue with Jarran Reed. Let me show you a little bit of kind of what I'm talking about here, just a bit for the Jarran Reed folks. I think this will help kind of show a little bit of why. So let's go to Leonard Williams here first. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go right over here. And these are going to give us our defensive linemen a snap align counts. Okay. So you're going to see these columns right here. AGB. It's OUT, OVT, BGP, AGP. So let's go look at this, what these mean. Okay. So OUT, out. So that is going to be right here at the bottom. OUT is number of players, snaps aligned outside as an offense tackle. So this is when he's in wide 9, beat Leonard Williams. You've got BGP, which is players snapped up on the defensive line as a defensive tackle. So this would be your snaps as kind of a nose tech, or not nose tech, but as a 3 tech. These are sort of your snaps there. And then you've got the key one here, which is AGP, which is player number of snaps lined up as a nose tackle, right? That's the one we have a big need of right now. So when you come over to when you come over to Leonard Williams last year and you notice the majority of his snaps come from where? BGP. And what was BGP? BGP was this one right here. Number of players lined up as defensive tackle. So again, I'll show you over here on the side. And 2024 is the top one. So look at the top column there to the far right, OUT, OVT, BGP. So you can see 349 snaps. Aligned is basically a 3-tech there. AGP, which is the nose tackle, we've only got a mere 27 snaps for Leonard Williams as a nose tackle last year, right? So now let's go look at Jarran Reed now. Okay, so Jarran Reed, final year here with him. Top column again at the top. What do we see with him? 26 snaps out as an offensive lineman. We've got 479 snaps as a defensive tackle. So 479 snaps, again, going back to the key to show you guys on this one. So he's got BGP. What's BGP? Slide over here. Number of snaps aligned as defensive tackles, essentially as a 3-tech, right? Okay, so let's come back over here. I love me Jarran, man. I love me Jarran, right? Let's stay with me. Walk with me on this one. AGP, right? So we had 16 snaps from Leonard Williams as a nose tackle last year. And now we got 18 snaps from Jarran Reed as a nose tackle last year. So what we've got to ask ourselves for the people that are pro Jarran Reed, and I'm with you. I like Jarran. He had one of his better years as a pro last year. Really like him a lot. Jarran Reed's a 3-tech. Leonard Williams is a 3-tech. Byron Murphy is a 3-tech. So for those folks that are really hot to try to bringing back Jarran Reed, are you so hot to bring back Jarran Reed that you're going to now remove, like you did last season, all of those snaps away from Byron Murphy? Because there's only one 3-tech on the field at any given one time. You can run wide 9s and 2 3-techs in their alignment if you really want to go and do that. And teams, unless you're the Niners or been the Jets recently, not a lot of teams do it that way. But that's the price that you're going to have to pay to bring Reed back. Not only for the increased cost that you're going to have to pay on the books where you don't have a lot of cap to spend as it is right now, but then you're also going to then be committing, and are you guys comfortable with this? You're then going to be committing to putting Byron Murphy at the nose tackle for the near future. That's the price to be paid to bring Jarran Reed back next year. And to me, I come down to the conclusion that that means it's probably not likely to happen. But maybe you guys love yourself some Jarran Reed that much, and then he's that awesome, But that's just kind of from my perspective why I'm not as much with it on that one. Seth says Reed got burnt multiple plays in multiple games this year. Takes too many plays off. Agreed. Yes. Thank you again, Dylan, for the 5, man. I appreciate it. Definitely he's good depth. Definitely think he's a great leader in the locker room. Don't push back on any of that. I hate seeing Byron Murphy at the nose tackle position. It's really only just that for me. Martin Lawrence, thanks for the $5 donation. Do we get a left guard and center in free agency and get another right guard in the draft? I don't think there's any centers in this class that are upgrades on Oluwatimi. Well, you're probably just joining now, so why don't we just run through again on the free agents I had assigned here, Martin, which was Aaron Banks, left guard. Drew Dahlman is just center. And so I don't think I would have us looking at right guard in free agency, Martin. I think if you go and get Drew Dahlman, that allows you to kind of put back Haynes over at right guard, and then he dukes it out with Luamea and Bradford, and you've got a 3-stack over there to kind of figure out who can kind of fit at that point over there at that side of it. And center is my big free agent signing here, as you can see, Martin, where I went with the 4-year, $70 million deal. Drew would be our centerpiece signing in free agency, and he's 26 years old. He's a plug-and-play guy day one. He'll be a leader on that offensive line. Best center that we'll have had in here since Max Unger. I think that's the direction they go. But I also have them signing Aaron Banks as a left guard, Martin, in free agency as well. So I would estimate you're probably going to sign 2 linemen, 1 big one and 1 small one, maybe 2 big ones. But that would definitely be counter to what John's done recently when it comes to how he's approached, the position. But yeah, you're right on the right mark there with it. hard to go get the work done at center in the draft like you can do with the guard position because the centers are just more day 3 guys. Brian says guys have to go either by trade or release to open up that cap space. You've got to open up the cap space, like you say, Brian. Yeah, there's work that's got to be done in other areas of things, and you can't hold on to guys that space can be better utilized in other areas. And we're walking to it $13 million over the cap right now as it kind of stands. And it's really not just $13 million. It's more like you're kind of $22 million over the cap or $23 million over the cap because you've got to have the money set aside for draft. You have the money set aside for, normal operating business when it comes to in season, making trades, signing guys off the streets. Carson Youngren, go Hawks, Carson. Zach says people calling for Woolen, Olu, Fant, DK, K9 to be traded and rage when people don't like Geno. Seahawks fans insane. You're not GMs. I'm definitely not. I'm not raging in regards to whatever the team wants to do with Geno. When it comes to that. Brian says Walton's conversion experiment to NFL level cornerback has failed, unfortunately. Well, I mean, he can cover a bit and he can definitely take away the ball. There are some good skills he brings on that side, but you got the price of doing business with him where I think that you're going to have to accept the tackling side with it at the same time. And there's some defenses that are willing to do that than others are. There's some defenses that will fly and then that won't. Fiji Bark, have you looked at Shamari Simmons out of ASU at all? 2-time defensive MVP of a playoff team, would be a really solid late round or undrafted guy. I haven't looked at him, but I will put his name down. I think I've seen his name presented somewhere, so I think I got him on my list, but just in case, I'll make sure I get him down and take a look at him. For sure, Fiji. Thanks for the suggestion. Keep Bomber, how you doing? Jamarcus says, I feel like Reek's tackling issues have been exposed over his career because he played for Seattle and couldn't stop a nosebleed in the run for the majority of his career, allowing ball carriers to get to the second level far too often. Feels like he was asked to make way less tackles as we shored up the run D this year. Maybe a fair point within that. I just and again, it's maybe just a place where I'll be of different opinion where others are. When Jamarcus, when I'm watching, and when I go back and watch these games every week, and I watch all of these games on the All 22 at least one time and sometimes twice, the effort's just not there with him from what I see when it comes to his want, will, can do, get after it. I feel like I need to have on defense 11 guys that are hungry and ferocious and get after it. And if I've got 10 or 9 guys that are kind of hungry and ferocious and get after it, and 2 guys that are kind of on their own time, I think that holds the defense back collectively. I think that prevents you from being as good as you possibly could. I think that you can make the argument that you could find a player that's lesser than that guy out there as a corner as far as maybe his overall ability as a player, but he fits better within the collective, and that then you're a better defense then because of that. 501st rejected. Hey, Brandon, what do you think about taking Tez Johnson in the second round from Oregon? Tez Johnson is going to be a slot cornerback at the next level. So when it comes to looking at any of the slot cornerbacks in this particular draft, I would be out on any of them because we have our slot cornerback already currently on the roster in Jackson Smith-Njigba. So, as I always say with this, here's Tez Johnson's info right here. As I always say with this, if you have a player that's a slot at the college level, a predominant amount of the time, he's not going to become an outside guy at the pro level. So you can see the slot column is, right here. 2020. Okay. So top is right here. So you can see 80% of his snaps last year were in the slot. 92.8% of his snaps the previous year were in the slot. 80% of his snaps the previous year of that were in the slot when he was at Troy. So even at a different program in Troy, or maybe you go, okay, maybe you can play some more on the outside out there. No, it was not the case. So he's a slot guy purely. He's very light. He's kind of smallish. So he's not going to work on the outside at all. And I don't think that the Hawks are going to look for right now. They need more of X and Z's more than they need slot guys, I think. So I just don't think Tez would be much of a possibility because he is just going to be a pure slot guy at the next level. Young Guns B, did you hear about Justin Otten? I haven't heard about Justin Otten. Justin Oten. Oh, the running game coordinator. Yeah, I don't know too much on. I'm kind of coaches are where kind of I have a blind spot when it comes to understanding or looking too deep at those guys, especially when it comes to like run game coordinators or stuff like that. So I don't tend to have much I can give as far as provide any sort of take on it. Alien Wizard, do you think DK is traded to the Raiders, Brando? No, I think we probably signed him to a contract extension. Through says Tez Johnson can't block. Oh, my man weighs 165 pounds. Ain't nobody blocking in the NFL at 165 pounds. Patrick says, let's draft Scatabo as our fullback. Man, I like it. Let's go. Yeah, 501st, he can't do the Lockett stuff because he's just an inside guy. Brian says, sign Patrick Ricard as a free agent. They might do that. They might do that too. Former Raven. Jamarcus not trying to harp on it too much, just looking for progressive discussion, but just wait until we're rolling onto the field with Josh Jobe, and fourth round rookie is our boundary corners. We'll be missing him. I get where you're coming from on that. I think that you definitely, if you're going to let go of Reek, you can't just go, well, it's Josh Jobe, Witherspoon, and we're just going to throw Nehemiah Pritchett and a rookie out there and hope it's going to be okay. It would take Jamarcus, the team, finding some commiserate moves on the other side of this that you need to build this up, and you need to improve it beyond that at that point. I don't disagree there, and I'm not necessarily saying Josh Jobe is an answer out there either. I think he's in the mix, but I don't think that he's necessarily purely the answer out there, and that you would have to go and get some talent. You'd have to go and put some investment into it. Yeah. I just think that there's going to be a bit of a thing here where I think we're going to come to find, and we'll see over true. Maybe they play him out in the final year's deal, but I just think McDonald's going to look at it and go, I don't think this is a fit for what I want. I like his coverage skills. I like some of what he brings, but he has the brain fart moments where he just isn't consistent playing and play out, and his effort isn't consistent playing and play out. And I just think that that's a thing for a guy that's so much minded and so much of a grinder like Mike McDonald is. And maybe I'm just making a leap of logic here. I just think that that's not going to resonate with him on the long term, and we'll see. We'll see. But I think that Jamarcus, you would do some other moves in addition to this. For instance, in my situation that I ran through, I had us taking Jordan Lewis on a 1-year, $4 million deal. Does Jordan Lewis next year collectively give us that much worse performance than Woolen, or maybe even better performance, especially as a tackler than Woolen? And it doesn't even have to be a Jordan Lewis, but that kind of guy in the market as a cornerback. I've seen these corners at times that'll bounce around through the people go, oh, they just don't, like Akeelia Witherspoon out there at the Rams, or Darby with the Ravens a couple of years ago that McDonald was able to get some really good play out of for a full year. You can actually find some guys that are functional out there, especially if you're finding guys that are real pure fits within the defense. Maybe they're not grade A players, but pure fits within the defense, do everything that you ask them to do. It won't always be perfect, but it'll just be a better cohesion across the board. Thrill House, I think John Schneider's going to dangle DK in front of Harbaugh. Hey, do you want Pete's old player? Would work great with Herbert. Just saying. Maybe. It's very it's possible. Dowsker, I'd like to keep DK. He gives full effort, has crazy talent, and produces, especially since we will cut Lockett. If we cut DK, teams can double JSN too easily. I am anticipating both Geno and DK are probably going to be signed to contract extensions this offseason. And Catalyst says, Clint says he wants to utilize DK, so I think we confirm he's staying. Probably on that. I think that's more of an indicator he's staying than he's going, for sure. You always wonder if the coaches sometimes on that are playing a little bit of the cloak and dagger spy stuff, you know. Yeah, we want him. We nowhere but here. Alien Wizard Brando, honest question. Do you predict how much change with the current players and the new staff do you see making deep run to the playoffs? No. I think we'll be a fringe playoff team next year. Would be my prediction for our Hawks. I don't think we're in a position to make a run next year. Dogzilla says Haynes could be a little bit better running zone. It might fit him better. Yeah. Might be a better fit there. Nice thing with zone is there's a lot more of those double teams at the point of attack. That's something that Haynes does really well with. Less of the one-on-one stuff that you get at times. And that might fit him a bit better. 501st, Mike Greenwood from Marshall would be an interesting pick. I wouldn't mind him at all, but he's raw, but got lots of potential. He's a potential guy there, 501st. I mean, Shamar Stewart was the guy that I grabbed, but I think that if you just take away Shamar and look at the edge, I've got, I think, 4 or 5 first-round edges in this class. It's one of the deeper groups out there. And we saw this last year in last year's draft. We've seen it in recent years' drafts, actually, that right around where Seattle's picking about 18 or 19, the given history there is that the value on your board will tend to be leaning towards edge. That tends to be the best you can go out there and grab at that spot. And Mike Green might be that guy for them, or Walker out there from Georgia, or Williams out there from Georgia, or James Pierce from Tennessee. You know, any of these guys that might slip and fall into that 18 spot would be probably pretty tantalizing to Schneider. Thrill House, though, he does it. No, he doesn't. If someone calls up John Schneider and offers something worth listening to, John Schneider will not care just because OC likes his player. Why wouldn't Kubiak say he wants to utilize DK? Yeah, I think when the coaches say stuff, and I think that this is something, Thrill House, to your point, I see also with the Mike McDonald thing on the Geno deal with, you know, he's our guy. We want him here. You know, and a lot of people then glom onto these quotes and they go, see, this is an indication that he's absolutely here and there's no way he can go. I'm a little bit in the camp of where you're at with this, where it doesn't necessarily mean that. It doesn't necessarily mean that. 2 days before we traded Russell Wilson, Coach Carroll was at the combine saying there's no way we're trading Russell Wilson. So this is the season of lies and fibs and you can't believe what you read kind of thing. And so I think it's likely DK stays. I think it's likely Geno stays. But I don't think that there's anything that's set in stone either right now, up until the point that we actually get new contracts done with both of these two players. King Bomber says, man, if we signed Aaron Banks, I know it's not going to make anybody excited, King. But you got to admit, you can see that certainly is a John Schneider kind of move. Z says, Reek's the reason we lost the Rams in OT. Yeah, 2 of his worst moments of the year there. Standing flat-footed, waiting for an interception to fall in his arms, and the receiver jumps right in front of him to get the reception instead, and then peeking in the backfield on cover 0, allowing himself to get smoked over the top for the game-winning touchdown. Tough look. Yeah, but Woolen got burned at the end of the Rams game. The Rams game at home was Woolen. That wasn't Love or anybody else. CD Woods, thank you for the $10 donation, CD. Sorry, a little late on acknowledging, man. You did a little while ago. My bad, bro. Thanks for the $10 donation. He says, Nolan, Grant are becoming my favorite first-round picks. Walter Nolan, huh? Okay. You get the first-round value of a blue-chip nose tackle, plus you get three first-round value of Mike McDonald and John Schneider, considered the best 3-tech in his draft. Plus you get the first-round value of who Mike McDonald considered the best 3-tech in this draft. Well, I do love I love Grant there with the first-round pick. You'll have to kind of sell me a little bit more on Nolan. I do have a second-round grade on him. The thing I want to make sure of, though, is I don't think Nolan did a lot of nose tackle stuff. I could be wrong on this, but... yeah, so Nolan only had 19 snaps at nose tackle with Ole Miss. Nolan was used more over the tackle than he was as a nose tackle for Mississippi. But Grant's great. I'm with Grant, man. Thank you for the $10 donation. Grant's by far, I think, the best pure nose tackle in this draft. And he gives you what's very hard to find with nose tackles, which is you get their good run stuffing ability. And then you also get the ability to kind of rush the passer. He can run the stunt games and the loops and whatnot. He's got the lateral ability to do that. And that's about it. A guy that's like legit 330, 340, that he's carrying that kind of weight around. I just thought Nolan's tape was a little inconsistent for me. I couldn't quite get to the spot with him where, and maybe I'm thinking it might be a different Nolan too, because, we're getting to that where there's so many Nolan guys. If I'm thinking of a different, is there another Nolan you might have been mentioned in there? No, I think you meant Walter Nolan. But I see Nolan, he's 6'3", 305. He's going to be a 3-tech CD, he's kind of like a bigger, slightly less explosive Elijah Cansey. Well, we got the benefactors of Woolen are in the house tonight. Okay, so King Bomber says Woolen had one bad play in the Rams game. Gino was the reason we were OT in the first place. Pick a better game to blame Woolen. Well, first off, there were two bad plays, as I just mentioned, King Bomber. There was the standing flat-footed and letting the guy walk in front of you to take the pick. And then again, this is the thing with Woolen on this that is the part that's important to consider here, and that's a representation of it, that last play. The guy has these brain-dead moments on the football field where he's just not thinking, he's checked out, he's not connected to the process. Mike McDonald said this very same thing last year about Woolen and critiquing his performance. So I'm not speaking about, like, this is my personal opinion. This is something that the head coach has literally said about the player. And I've referenced that last play in particular, King Bomber, because it's not just about getting beat. It's getting beat by being a dumbass. You're in cover zero. You have no safety help over the top. You have to stay on top of that guy in that moment. But what does he do? He glances in the backfield off of play action. Why? You have literally 10 defenders to take care of the play action. Why are you peeking? And in his peeking, he comes to a stop and then allows separation on the play for the guy to get over the top. It's just like the Green Bay Packer game where you're at the end of half, time's winding down. You've got to stay on top there because Green Bay is going to try to take a shot down the field. Instead, he gets beat deep. Then he panic holds, gets a PI called on him. And it's those kind of brain dead moments you get from Woolen over the course of the year, time and time again, that offset the good that he does bring. But you can't just go, well, that was a Geno, David. Like, no, there's a couple plays in that last drive. There were two of them. And it is very hard to excuse that final play. If I went there and I talked to Mike McDonald, I guarantee you he would be pissed talking about that play. because he knows his cornerback there should be thinking, I stay on top. I'm supposed to be a guy that runs 4.26. Staying on top of this guy who in front of me probably runs about a 4.5 shouldn't be that hard of a problem. But I'm going to cause myself to get beat on the play because I'm going to glance back at the run game, which I wasn't even going to go back there and tackle anyway. There wasn't even threat of me going back there and doing anything if he did hand the ball off. Why am I glancing back? But that's the things you get with Woolen, is these moments where, bro, what just happened? I got 5 good plays, and this one play just happened where you just completely just like you checked out that play. And I think it hurts you majorly. I think it'll hurt you at the worst time of the game because you just don't know when he's going to have one of those checkout moments. And in fact, there's a couple of moments this year, like I mentioned with the Julian Love moment. Do you know how rare it is to have players yelling at each other like that on the field? Well, we have 2 moments this year where you have Jaron Reed yelling at Derek Hall, and then you've got that moment there with Julian Love yelling at Woolen about the fact that he wasn't giving out the effort. And I don't think that there was a more brutal moment of tape I watched this year than it being 4th and 26. They throw a check down to the running back, and Woolen refuses to come up and make the tackle. He's walking his way up into the play, expecting everybody else to come up there and make the play instead of him. It's an awful moment on tape. It's got to stand and loom tall with the coaches. It's no small thing, and I think that we're doing a disservice here if we just glom on it and excuse it away, as I'm kind of hearing some folks do on this. This is a major issue to see on an NFL football player on a defense. You cannot have a guy that operates with this mentality and expect it's not going to hurt you. So whatever good he brings on the other side of it, this negative's coming with it too. It's going away no time soon. You're going to get the brain dead stuff. You're going to get the lack of tackling stuff. Okay, so he takes the ball away once every 6 games. Okay, he can be a good cover corner guy and limit down the number of targets he gets as far as number of receptions he gets to a degree. But I don't know, man. There's a lot there with Woolen on this, I think. First, I think how he's talked about. And sometimes see where we'll talk about players on our own organization that's just, we view him higher than anywhere else will view him, you know? King Bomber, see, I don't know. See, I'm not a fan of Woolen as much as the next guy, but blaming him for a game in which Geno threw a pick 6, which was one of 2 red zone interceptions and a 3rd interception, which really isn't his fault, is a bad take. So I don't know. This is where, again, the discussion about blaming Woolen for the game. I don't know. Maybe you're referencing more somebody else in the chat that said that. It's not as much of blaming Woolen for the whole game on it. I don't think you can blame any individual player for the game. I won't think you could blame King Bomber Geno for the game. I think everybody has their supporting part to that loss in their own way. And certainly, for instance, with Geno, a big part of that's the horrific pass protection that was undertaken there in that game, and how much duress he was under. I ain't excusing Geno's play on it either. And we can pick apart Geno's game right along how we're picking apart Woolen's game. I mean, there's plenty there to go at as well. I think it's very important, though, that we don't overlook what is true on both sides, the good and the bad, that we look at both of these pretty closely, especially for a guy in a position of here where we potentially could upgrade the position / we could offload him for a team that might be willing to give you some draft capital for him because they may have a little bit of a higher opinion of him. Z says, how did Jamar Chase get to 1,700 yards of that O-line? You had no defense, so offensively you had to throw the ball constantly and score a lot of points. Alien Wizard, another big corner from UTSA is Za Frazier. Za, or is it Zach Frazier? Za Frazier. A couple donos here I'm behind. Sorry, guys. Let me catch up on the donos. Dylan Sosa, thank you for the $2 donation. Call me crazy, but make Woolen wide receiver 3. Hashtag why not? Oh, I don't know. Probably a little late to make the transition to receiver, but maybe you can flex him out there for a few snaps if you lose Lockett and don't have a replacement, Dylan. You never know on that side of it. PGZ206, thank you for the $2 donation. Woolen's cotton soft, B-Dog. I approve that message. Yeah, I agree. I think he's an offensive-minded player trying to play defense, and I don't think that he has the kind of mentality that you need to have defensively especially as a professional to work. I think he can be functional out there, but I think any team on any defense he's on, there's going to be some stuff he costs you with that kind of, as you put it, some of that soft kind of level of play of how he approaches the position. And, Richard Sherman made this transition himself in college to the pros. And you were going to give him a couple of years to learn how to tackle and get better. But Richard always brought the intensity, always brought the tenacity. He wanted to work to get better as a tackler. He got better as a tackler over his time. You saw the improvement with him. You didn't have to question him about boneheaded mistakes or doing the dumb thing moment to moment that you kind of have to wonder a bit at times here with Woolen when it comes to that. PG with a $2 donation as well. Thank you, PGZ. Appreciate you for that. Tyler Warren there at 18. Do you take him? It's a bit early for me, PGZ, on that side of it. I like Tyler Warren, but I think that it's gotten a little bit, people are almost talking about him right now, PGZ, like he's Brock Bowers. And I don't think that I know that he gets talked about like he's Gronk, but Brock Bowers was really close to being picked to where you'd be picking Tyler Warren at 18. And I just don't have him as a first round talent. I think he's okay as a blocker, and I think he's good as a pass catcher, but I don't think that I think he's more of a second round guy to me than he is a first round guy. I think that'd be a little bit too high to take him. I'd almost feel like there's a bit of a Brock Powers effect to why you're taking Tyler Warren there at that point than it is just due to his talent. Really good contested catcher, really, really big catch radius. I like how he runs routes at his size and how he moves. I wouldn't be mad if we took him in the first round there. I wouldn't be like, oh, this is a slight against man. It's like, that's fine. But I do see him as probably more of a guy I'd like to take more into sort of the 20s in the first round if I'm really going to be taking him up that high rather than 18. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, is there any smoke with Trevor Lawrence? A Russell Wilson type bounty? It's possible there, Randall. I mean, I think it's hard to say. The Jaguars haven't given you a real good indication of what they're looking to do right now. I think some of this comes from being pushed by so many teams that are out there needing quarterbacks like a Steelers team, for instance, and that they're shaking every bush to try to find something that can be better than what they had, and that they think that they're very close, and that this is starting to make them a bit desperate. And a team like the Jaguars goes, ooh, you're desperate? We'll take advantage of that. Throw us everything you got. I don't know on that. That one's hard to say. I have thought that there's a good chance Trevor Lawrence could get onto the market this offseason. A little bit like for the same reasons that I thought that maybe Joe Burrow possibly could. Just different situation, but kind of similar somewhat situations going on there. I don't know if they're going to get a Russ type bounty back in return for Lawrence, though. That might be the thing that holds that back, Randall, is that it would take the desperation of the position out there from these teams needing that for that kind of bounty to come. There's 3 or 4 teams competing for a Lawrence, and so it just pushes the capital up that high. And I don't know. Yeah, I think that's probably a bit too much. I think teams would end up being dissuaded from that because they'd want to more get Lawrence at a little bit of a discounted rate, which I don't think the Jaguars would be willing to do. But it's possible. Worth tracking and monitoring for sure, Randall. Chris Osman, thanks for the $2 donation, Chris. Thoughts on taking Darius Alexander instead of Edge? Darius Alexander, I do have a second round grade on. So I do like Darius. I don't like Darius in the first round. He's really raw. I think he's got as much upside as just about any defender in the draft. He carries 310 pounds, like 285. Clock going 20 miles per hour. So he's got a bit of that Leonard Williams kind of deal going on with him where he's like well over 300 pounds, but he can move. First step quickness combined with power. Bends guards backwards unnaturally like a folding chair. Linemen just have to load up for his power. So really good player. 4th highest rated edge in college football last year. I would probably, I've got both him and Shamar Stewart really closely rated. I think I like Stewart a little bit more, but I mean, he's fun. I think the only issue that you have there with him is that he's more of a 3 tech. He's not going to be a nose tackle. So you come back into the place, Chris, where you're walking into sort of the same issue you dealt with Jaron Reed and Leonard Williams here, being that you draft a guy like Darius Alexander, you're putting a log jam now in front of Byron Murphy, because Darius Alexander is not going to be able to play the nose tackle or be capable of playing the nose tackle, whereas that is more of something I think Byron Murphy can kind of do. So I think you'd be more apt to not do that, because I don't think the team's going to add a 3 tech. But I do like him in the second round. He's a good player and very raw. So you're getting a lot of that boom bust factor with him as well, where huge ceiling, but also a potential of bust coming out of Toledo. Smaller school guy, has a long way to go as far as refining his technique, using his hands, having a pass rush moves, chaining pass rush moves together, counters. These are not necessarily things that are in his bag right now. But as far as pure physical ability goes, hard to find better than this in this draft in that part of it, for sure. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. How good is the Miami tight end? Can he block? I'm not as high on the Miami tight end as others are, especially coming out of the Senior Bowl. I think he's getting really, really, really raised up by his Senior Bowl performance, and I think kind of artificially so. So much of his production, Randall, was working off of like manufactured touches at Miami, where it's tunnel screens, it's little throw passes here, throw passes there. I mean, he was doing a lot of the route running stuff, which was nice at the Senior Bowl, but he wasn't doing a lot on the tape. You weren't seeing him out there, like Tyler Warren will go out there and win with his route running. And you just don't get that from this kid, as far as that goes. I don't think that he's going to be a good run blocker. He's an H-back. He's kind of more to me of a little bit of a tweener between H-back and receiver. But I'm not as big on him because of that, Randall. When I look at his production coming out of Miami last year, I think so much of it was kind of artificially put together by the structure of that offense and how much they sort of, featured the tight end on such easy, quick passes in that way. But he had a really good Senior Bowl. I can't deny that. He was out there smoking guys on the field right and left. And that can elevate your performance big time. That can elevate you in the draft big time. I can't deny that part of it. But he just wasn't my kind of flavor on that, Randall. And see you got in there, don't know. 1 sec, I'll be right back. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Daniel Jeremiah graded 24 defensive tackles as starter. Jeez. Daniel going overboard there. I could probably go up to like 14, Randall. He's going to have to tell me how he gets the other 10 on there. I will say I haven't gone through all my guys though, too. I mean, Caldwell, I got to still get through. That'd add another one on me. I mean, he's not off. He's not like far off. If it's probably on the high side of that number as far as true starters in this draft, but there's a good amount of them. Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, Derek Harmon, Walter Nolan, Darius Alexander, Tyleek Williams, TJ Sanders, Jordan Phillips, Shamar Turner, Deion Walker, Nazir Stackhouse, Black Yaha, Omar Norman Lott. All those guys are probably, going to start. Yeah, it's, but 24 seems a bit much. That seems a bit overdrive there, Randall. 15, 16 seems more probably about right. Brian Myers says, whoever has Green going top 12 needs to watch more tape. He's been getting way too elevated, hasn't he, Brian? Another guy, he's my last edge in the first round, but that's 20s. Jason says, Bengals had the 29th ranked O-line, 30th ranked run game, and 25th ranked defense. The difference being Joe Burrow doesn't need excuses. He's one of those rare breeds in this sport. One of those 5 guys that are just that good. What is this? How is green raw? Martin Lawrence Brando, Hawksnest, if you could get Breedson, the Packers left guard, would you take a look at him? What price? I did look at him as a possibility. He didn't interest me too much. I don't see a guy that's really going to move the needle there at the position significantly. So I don't think he had a particularly good year last year. Better parts of that Packer offensive line. It's more driven by Wirfs, Godecki, Barton. First hot take, Shallow Standards in the 6th round or UDFA. I'd be okay with that. That's about the right place for him to be going. Branson's Aubreyson mock with taking Shadir Sanders. Oh my God, I hope not. Ugh. I wouldn't be excited by that either, Brian. Ricky Ricardo, I'm 100% convinced Calais Campbell will be a Seahawk. It's long overdue. He owes us for years of killing us. He was the best graded run stuffer from the interior and has ties to McDonald. I could see it, Ricky, and you're right. The team for years has been wanting to bring him in here. John's had an affinity for him a long time. John's drafted multiple guys to be that Calais Campbell type guy who've not quite worked, including Malik McDowell. Finally, just go get your guy. And he was still nails last year, Ricky. To your point, still nails. Alien, is there no chance to go get Garrett? I think the chances are going to be hard to go get Garrett, Alien. It's not impossible, but I think the team knows it has work it has to do with this offensive line and investment that needs to be made there. You can clear up cap space this offseason to go and make some moves, but if you're going to go trade for Garrett, the first thing you're probably going to do with Garrett is after you trade for him, sign him to a contract extension. Especially if what I'm hearing about right now, which is he's coming back to Cleveland and he's saying to Cleveland that he's willing to give back money to facilitate a trade. And if that happens, then you better believe that you're signing him to a $35 million a year contract if you make the trade for him. And where the team is at right now, as far as cap space goes, I don't see how they could make that move really happen if that's the prerequisite. You'd have to clear a lot of cap space to make that happen, and then clear the cap space to make that happen, and then still find a way to somehow address the offensive line, unless the team just wanted to go all draft with the offensive line and hope that would get the job done. Lethal Lance, would you say in this scheme, does the 3-4 defensive end play 5 tech or more 4-eye? 5 tech, because Lethal Lance, you're more often in 4-down territory. Not 4-down. You've got 4-down linemen more than anything else. So it does kind of change. I will say that. But what a lot of times what you'll end up with is sort of 2 wide 9s and a 3 tech and a nose tackle. I mean, there's a lot of there's very little of the 3-4 in this run out there. I mean, we probably maybe 8% of our plays last year were in 3-4. But he's also I don't think that there's a stagnant spot you play to on that line when you go to 3-4 lethal. I think that they'll do a variety of stuff with that. Technically 4-eye when they're in a 3-4, but when they're with their 4-down linemen, it's 2 wide 9s, a nose tackle, and a 3 tech. Oh, I'm behind the chat big time here. Goodness. Joe says 12-5 playing the AFC and NFC South. Should be 6 wins right there. Could be. Don't know how those teams might improve this offseason. It's possible. It does look better, the schedule for next year, as far as looks easier than recent years. Anchor Dave, Chargers offer their first rounder for this year for DK. Do we take it? I think it would take more than that. But around the right area. Cleveland's not in a position to make a run, so why structure extensions to save us cap space next year? So again, too, Lethal, I think this is where things get, I think, confused on this. Just want to say right now, all of the moves that I presented in the post of this, the moves that I'm presenting to be made are not moves that I want to see made. The moves that I presented in this show today are not moves that if Brandon was the general manager, here are the moves that Brandon would make as a general manager. I don't think that that's very important. I don't think that that matters too much. I don't think it's really relevant what I want to do. I'm not the GM. So what I've tried to do with this really Lethal Lance is, here is what I think John Schneider will do. So if you guys are mad at this, be mad about this John would be doing these moves, not the moves that I want to do or I'd see, but me trying to anticipate, studying the moves that John's made in recent years and saying, based on his track record of 14 years and how he operates, here's what I think he will do this offseason by his approach. But that's my outlook on it, Lethal Lance, my approach to it, how I would run this team as your general manager, where I think this team is at, how close, how far away they are. That's a whole complete different conversation than the one we're having today right now. This show today is just merely about John and what I think he would do. It's not about what I would do. That'd be completely a whole different scenario. Absolutely. It's not the same. I would not be doing the same kind of moves that John would be making going into this offseason. On that. Tony says, what's good, Brandon? Well, the rumor mill to free agency is officially open. I'm hearing everything from Aaron Rodgers to the Rams, Kirk Cousins to the Jets, and T. Higgins to the Chargers. Your thoughts? T. Higgins to the Chargers makes a lot of sense. Why go trade for a guy like DK when you can just spend the money on the open market to go get that guy, get you close to maybe where you'd get with a DK with T. Rodgers to the Rams. I can't see the Rams bailing off Stafford to go to Rodgers. That doesn't make any sense. Kirk Cousins to the Jets, absolutely makes a lot of sense. The Jets do feel like they have a good roster that can compete, and that will probably draw them to a direction of trying to find a quarterback that's still ready to start and play in this league. And so Cousins definitely could be that guy. He's not going to cost a lot of money. He's going to be very cheap, and that makes a lot of sense. So some of that makes sense, but I don't know about Tony, I don't know about the Rodgers to Rams one. I'd be happy to hear that from a Hawk fan perspective if that's the way they rolled. Hawks 80 says, completely agree with you on Woolen. He is soft, no dog, or fighting him. I don't like saying it. I don't like to question players' effort on the field, Hawks 80. I don't. And I don't like to question their desire. But I've watched enough of this guy's tape over the years and studied his tape enough at this point to be like, look, and watched enough. Frankly, I've watched enough football. You know, you've either got a fire inside you or you don't. That's the way it works. And there's a lot of guys in this sport that are highly talented and highly capable by their physical skill set to go play this game. But they're not necessarily guys that live for this game from a passion standpoint. They're not necessarily guys that are hungry to be great. They're not a lot of guys that are out there, willing to lay it on the line. And it's very clear when you have a guy that is and when you have a guy that isn't. There really tends to be no middle ground on this one. And corners have a tendency to be like this. Woolen's not the only guy. There's a lot of corners that are like this. I scout them all the time in drafts. It's like, man, this guy does not want to tackle. Nehemiah Pritchett and the other kid we took out of Auburn last year. They were god-awful as tacklers at Auburn. They had no want to get off of blocks. And I think if we went back and looked at Nehemiah Pritchett last year and his tackling and how he played the run, it was as awful as we had seen with Auburn. The light's not going to come on that thing. You either got it or you don't, And some guys just don't have that same fight and draw to get it done like that. Dalsker, if we approve the O-line and Geno repeats, it would be a big disappointment, a regression. I have no issue moving on from Geno. We need to soon. I just want to move on to someone who provides hope. I understand, Dalsker. I think Geno's definitely a guy that draws a lot of difference opinion in the fan base on that side, to your point. Snail says, B, we win 13 games next year. No playoff prognostication yet. I like your confidence, Snail. I hope you're right. Ricky, why do we think we can't go far next year? What if they sign players to the O-line and the unit gets much, much better, which is possible, and the new OC with the revamped line gets K9 and Gino to be elite? Well, I'll just say it. I mean, I'm hopeful that this goes that way, Ricky. I'm rooting for this team to be great next year. So, I've got to wear kind of a lot of different hats sometimes in doing this channel. There's the hat of my opinion. There's the hat of outlook of where I see the team going, anticipating the moves I think they're going to move based on moves they've made. When it came into this offseason, from my perspective of things, I was pretty vocal about the point in saying that I think that this team needs to take the step back to take 2 steps forward. So without getting into all of the details of that, because I have already a bunch on this channel and many different times over said it, I don't want to just go back down the line again. That would have been my approach if I was in charge. But I'm not in charge, and this team's going to go a completely different direction than the one I would have gone. I'm okay with that. I'll be supportive of it. I'll be hopeful for it. But part of what I try to do here with this, Ricky, is look at this and just, predict about what's going on. And the game being played here, Ricky, is the same game that's been played for 10 years right now going into this offseason. We weren't a contender last year. We weren't a contender the year before that. But, we're sure going to be a contender next year. Why? Because, this will happen and that'll happen and that'll happen. That are all the good things of this player and that player and the good side of this player and the best possible result for this player and the best possible result for that player and the best possible thing for this to happen. And then this new coach will come in and he'll fix this and then this will happen. And we end up doing a lot of this imagination to get ourselves to that contending state, as opposed to actually looking at it and saying, hey, I know that I'm a contender. We are there. We're ready to roll. And I think we end up sort of tricking ourselves. And I think the front office plays us into this trick at times, into these off seasons, into thinking that we're better than we actually are. I think we are probably going to be a fringe playoff team next year as a best case scenario by my outlook of things. So I'm okay with them going this other direction with it, but breaks down to it on what I would have gone, my path I would have taken, the direction I would have taken. It wouldn't necessarily be this approach. King Day, is there any chance we get Trey Smith? There's a chance, but I think it's long odds on that, King. I think we're going to be much more likely as well to probably be looking to address left guard and center rather than right guard. King says, SeahawksNest, I like the Dolphins signing, but man, if they sign Banks, hot take, Haynes Lemaire are going to play better than Banks. It's possible, King, but you can definitely see that's certainly a John Schneider kind of move, right? And it wouldn't excite me a lot as well on that. I am not a big Banks guy, but just felt like something John would kind of do. Tony Wright, did you hear about Cincy's Jermaine Pratt and San Francisco Deebo Samuel both requesting to be traded? Yeah, Deebo's pretty hilarious that he's requesting a trade. Jermaine Pratt's kind of interesting. And I've said that Joe Burrow might be looking at an exodus this offseason of Bengal players. You're going to lose B.J. Hill. You're going to lose Trey Hendrickson. You're probably going to lose T. Higgins. You might lose Jamar Chase. And maybe we're adding Jermaine Pratt on top of that. Hard to see a happy Joe Burrow on the other side of that if that plays out that way. Bengals are in a hell of a pickle. But I think, like Consumer 114 says below, Tony, I think Deebo's cooked. He's done. You don't want no part of that. King says he's not a Bowers-type prospect, being a Warren. He's hella old. Yeah, I agree. I don't think he's in that same place of things. I like him as a second-round guy, but you can sense, I'm sure you guys are hearing the same thing, you're sensing an elevation of this guy, There's a couple of guys in this draft that are, it's happening with this a little bit. I think to agree that even Shamar Stewart taken in the first round. I've got a second-round grade on him. I don't think he should go in the first round, but he's kind of getting elevated. Walter Nolan is another guy that I think is kind of getting elevated a little bit over where he should probably be. I think Jack Sawyer is a little bit like this too. There's a couple of guys like that in this draft that are just a little bit being pushed up higher than they should. King Bomber, to your point on the tight end depth in this class, I legit think that this is the best tight end class in at least the last 15 years. It is so good. Chris, thoughts on Darius Alexander instead of an edge? Yeah, so, and again, I hope you heard on that one there. Thank you again, too, for Chris for that donation that you dropped. I like Darius, but I do think he is a 3-tech. And I don't think that we want to go for a 3-tech that early. We're gonna put, at that point, a log jam in front of Byron Murphy. Bomber says Howard at 82. Who says no? That's who I had him taken in my mock draft here, man. For my my mock that John took, is he took Howard there at third. And Bido laughed out loud at the thumbnail. Thank you, Bido. Thrill House, Hawks Nest, have you seen much of Jordan Phillips, nose tackle out of Maryland? And what's your thoughts on Alfred Collins? Jordan Phillips is fun. Watched him the other night. Really, really young guy is Jordan Phillips. So a guy with, I think you look at like 20 years old, just going to be turning 21 next year. He's a pure run-stuffing nose tackle with trash compactor power. He's got some first step quickness, but his game centers around his strength and winning with leverage. He can bully and manhandle both centers and guards in the run game, especially. He forces teams to dedicate 2 blockers to keep him from penetrating. Really, where there's a couple things with him. First off, it's kind of first nose tackle stuff. He does all of your traditional stuff you got from the nose tackle really well, and especially that part of demands double teams. And then when you get a double team on him, the double team's got to stick on him rather than being able to climb down to the second level. He's too much of a problem in there where those 2 blockers have to stay on top of him. And so he's really going to allow your linebackers to run clear back there. And then I like that he gives you a double dip of this where he's not like a Kenneth Grant kind of guy where there's some real good lateral mobility and pure explosiveness. It's more just that first step quickness, but he can kind of do a bunny hop slant move where he bunny hop slants to hit a gap. And he gets there so fast because the lineman's loading up for his power. Lineman's like, man, I got to bring my big boy pants, put my big boy pants on and take this guy at the point of attack. Get ready to load up. Oh, he's over here. He just bounced over here. And then he bounces over there and he can kind of clear himself through the hole because that lineman's going to be slow to kind of, catch him over on that side. So he's got a little bit of a bounce to him as well. There's not a lot you're going to get from him as far as pass rush moves. He's just going to try to throw guys around. That's his whole deal as a pass rusher is I'm just looking to like chuck them and throw them away. And then I go get the quarterback, but I like him as a nose tackle in the 4th round. Young with really some true upside there in his game in that way at that spot. And I like him quite a bit. Alfred Collins, I'm more 5th round place on Alfred Collins. I'm not as big on Alfred. He's a run stuffing 3 tech. I don't think that he's as much of a nose tackle. He is at his best 2 gapping, throwing linemen aside with either power or a pass rush finish move. He's very active, high energy, works his way to the ball carrier. 3 sacks in the past 2 years, 1 sack this past year, so he's not going to give you anything as far as pass rush goes. He was asked to play some nose tackle this year, but he didn't look comfortable taking on nose tackles as a nose tackle at all. He doesn't show the same power when he has someone as he does when he has someone one-on-one. So when you put this guy to nose tackle or you put him in a 1 tech and he's taking those double teams on, you don't feel that power with Collins in the same way of when he's aligned out as a 3 tech, launching off the ball and he's one-on-one against that left guard. You don't get in that same way. So he's a really good run defender, but he's a run defending 3 tech. That's Alfred Collins, and that's why I dropped him down to more of that 5th round place of things because I just don't think the value is there for us. That we don't really need that. That's fine to have, but it's something that I'll go get that in the 5th round. Throw us when Love came running up to Woolen like, what the F are you doing? No hustling, Reek lost me. Yeah, that was a tough moment for me to watch from Woolen too. Those guys don't yell at each other like that in the field unless they are super pissed to get to that point. And you understand why Love was in that moment. The game was on the line. Orthodox Russ Woolen hasn't done a thing since his rookie year. That was his best season, man. Otis says, Reek lost me last year at Cigar Gate. Bimi, he's going to throat kick Roger Goodell. He's going to hand him the MVP trophy. King Bomber Reek lost me when he walks up to the pile and the play is not dead and he's just standing around with his hands on the pile. We're just going to have a bunch of phrases of Reek lost me. Thrill House Brandon would be a scary upset Kutch throwing his mic and clipboard, yelling in your face. Ha ha ha. I will guarantee you, I would not be a fun coach. It's part of why I was never a parent. I would have been a hard ass parent. I'd be a hard ass coach. You talk about somebody that would not put up with a damn thing and probably wouldn't do me any favors, but I probably would not be well suited for the modern NFL player because I would put up with nothing, a very little BS, very little BS. I would be a no nonsense guy, 100%. And yeah, I would freak out. The control of the temper would not be one of my benefits. That would not be my, you know. Thrillhouse says, I think Reek got a little taste of money and just thought it's smooth sailing from here. I bet he stays out late too. And I don't know about the second part. I've heard rumors about the second part, Thrillhouse. Don't know about that for sure, but that's a little bit my feeling on this too. I think that first year kind of satiated him and he's kind of like, I did it. I got it done. I made it. And I already have a little bit of a worry with players as it is right now. And these guys making the money they're making, about those guys when they get paid who do, look at a Deebo Samuel, for instance. Deebo Samuel was one of the more ferocious players in the sport, passionate players in the sport. You basically had to take off one of those guys' fingers in order to tackle him. And the second he then got paid, he became this shell of himself. Is that because he was just, broken as a player and they used him up? Maybe a little bit, but it's also, I think your instinct on that goes, guy's just not as checked in. He made it. He lost that hunger. He got it. And you can't blame guys in a certain way. I mean, any of us, I go make 30 million tomorrow. Am I going to be as hungry the next day? But maybe not. It's kind of understandable as far as human nature, but there are those guys that are wired that way where the money doesn't make as much of a difference, that they have a bit of the love of the sport, that they want to be great. They want to be their best. They certainly don't want to put out embarrassing tape. These are driving them a bit at the forefront. King says, yeah, someone mentioned Reek was the reason we lost the Rams game, and I think there were several other factors that lost this game, not just Reek play, but I want to move off of Reek just as much as you. Okay, yeah. And I certainly wasn't saying that myself about Reek being the reason we lost. I just, those two plays do stand out along with a lot of other stuff throughout the year that are just worrisome moments for him a little bit. But yeah, I wouldn't put that on his back explicitly. Me says hating and telling the truth these days are synonymous. Yeah, they do tend to be a bit like that. Hey, me, you're right there. Lethal Lance says not having Warren as a first round talent is low key crazy. B. I know, man. I'm on an island on this one, Lethal, for sure. I am on an island on this one. I kind of like as I go forward though. It's kind of the fun part of it for me on doing this, where I want to lean away from just necessarily like operating off consensus. And I want to try, and as much as kind of for the fun factor, and I'm definitely going to get more wrong doing it probably this way as much as ever, but just as much as trying when I do my process on this to really try to just give the perspective of just simply what I'm seeing for you guys on it, or it just becomes an additional sort of data point for you guys in addition to that consensus stuff that you're seeing. And you're 100% right in that what you're seeing with Warren on the board is going in the first round, going up maybe as high as a Brock Bowers last year in the first round. I mean, I'm definitely on an island on this one with putting him in the second round for sure. But I'm leaning into that. And I'm not just trying to be contrarian. It really is back to pure evaluation on my part on just where I see him. Me says, just imagine if he was mentally locked in all game. There's no more talented cornerback in this sport than Reek Woolen. That I will completely say that. There is no more talented quarterback in this sport than Woolen. He could be the best in this sport by far. He could. But, if you got his rating up there and his speed rating's a 9.5, you know, and his length rating's a 9.5 and his size a 9.5, you know, well, what's his hunger rating? You know, 2. Yeah. It's that's the tough part of it, is I just don't know that he wants to get there. But he's not a bad player. Pattern says, I said a month ago John Schneider is going to sign Rodgers. This fan base would lose their mind. Oh my God. They would freak out. Phoebe says, what if we put in a recontract? He has to go to a college class to improve his intelligence and go to Pee-wee tackling school that could fix him. I don't think it's an intelligence thing with him. I think it's just a hunger drive thing. And, you know, how do you turn that switch on? I don't know. I don't know that it can be turned on. Thrillhouse says, I think we should just draft whoever Mel Kiper or Field Yates tells us to. They were always right. There we go. Hell no, keep Perk Rodgers away from my team. He's a cancer. It's Dan Grenade. Thank you for the $2 donation. Rodgers to Rams gets McVay fired. I could not understand how they would make that go. Where you're gonna move off of Stafford to go older at the position and Rodgers. That's a wild. I almost feel like that's an Aaron Rodgers rumor. I feel like Rodgers is trying to run that rumor up that he's going to go to the Rams to try to get the 49ers interested. That's what that feels like. That feels like his agent floated that one out there to make the other thing happen, where Shanahan's like, Rodgers over there, we can get him. We can get Rodgers. It's not going to work, Aaron. It's not going to work, Perk Rodgers. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, is Dak a fair ceiling comp for Dart? Ooh. I hadn't ever kind of put together kind of that. I hadn't put that comp together. I kind of like it though. Yeah, Randall, I might have to just steal that comp. Dak Dart. We got a Dak Dart. Got a Dak Dart in this draft. And I think that that's really, really good. I think that their mobility is very similar. I think that their throwing ability is very similar. Really, two really tough players for the position. Man, I really like that comp. There's also why, Randall, even within your comp, though, this is why I like Dart in that third round rather than talking about him in the first round. This is the elevation game I was speaking about that happens now, where there are these players that get pushed up, and you just don't want to be one of those teams that let yourself have a player get artificially pushed too high. And in Dart's case, much like in Dak's case, that's a third round quarterback. That's where you take that guy. That's where he should be taken. It's a really good third round quarterback, really functional. He's going to give you a really good play on that rookie deal, but he should go in the third round, not the first. And we'll see if that goes that way with here, Dart. I feel like Dart's going to kind of rise up like Bo Nix did, where he's not the same talent of Nix, but you're going to see this guy elevate from a place of being more of a second round guy when we start the process out of pre-draft evaluation to when then he becomes more of into that first round guy when it's all said and done. But I love that, Randall. Dak Prescott, Jackson Dart. Yeah, I think that's very, very, very fair. Didn't he go to wasn't even Dak at, wasn't he Mississippi State or something too? Something like that, Randall? So you even got a Mississippi kid there. I like it. King Prodigy, thanks for the $2 donation. Is having Tyler Booker, Drew Dahlman, Benton enough to win big? It's enough to substantially improve the offensive line. And if other parts and pieces of this team can come together, then you can go and win big. I think that there's a difference on winning big next year, King Prodigy, and winning big in the next couple of years. I think more for next year would be more of, you get into the playoffs. I don't know if you're winning big though, or you're necessarily a true contender into next year. But then by the time you get into maybe 2026 with the development, with some of the cohesion, chemistry stuff connecting with that line, then at that point coming together, along with McDonald's defense getting fully put together, then I certainly think then by 26 that you could be that team that starts to really do that there. Those would be really good parts to bring in and help. I think Benton's the coach, right? That what they just got, right? John Benton. I like those players. It would help, King. It would help. I'm having a hard time to find as much certainty to the contending thing for 2025. I'm hopeful for it, but it would definitely get you in the right direction, and the team is moving in the right direction. So I like those two guys, hard to see if it gets you the initial immediate, here you go, right off the jump return, but it's possible. Something has me just a little reticent quite to getting to 2020, the 2025 season right now. I'm not trying to be haterish on it or negative on it. I'm not at all. But if people are just asking me kind of my honest opinion on just a feel of what I'm sensing right now, I'm struggling a little bit to get there to the contender stage of 2025. Mainly because I don't know that John will do all that's needed to do to get there, and mainly because I believe there's a lot of work that needs to be done to get there. You're getting closer. You're moving in the right direction. But I just think there's a lot of work here that still needs to be done. Relos, what do you guys think Stone Forsythe is doing right now? Hard to say. King Bombers, yeah, Shedeur is the one quarterback I don't want Seattle to draft, even if it's in the 7th round. I'm not big on him either. Yeah, and somebody's going to pay in Stone. He'll get a little bit of backup money. Be like a 2-year, $10 million deal or something. Ellen Wizard. Thank you, Ellen Wizard. Dune Moose, the 2025 Seahawks will reach the conference game. The 2022-26 Seahawks football team will become known as the Seattle Super Seahawks and take the title. Let's go, Dune. I like it. I hope you're right. Jason Brandon, if Seattle extends Geno, at what price and how many years do you feel is justified? Keep in mind that Geno said he's a top 8 quarterback. That means he also believes he's worth $52 million a year. I think that the team is going to come in with a deal. The numbers that I ran here on this were going to be 3-year, $115 million deal would be my contract extension for him at that point. So $38.33 million per season. I would not come close to signing him to $50 million. I think the team would be making a horrendous mistake going over $40 million. I think if they went with $45 million, it would be even worse. There's kind of the two different answers I'll say on this again with this, where I'm going to be asked this question, and it's where I'm not meaning to be negative with it, or I'm not meaning to kind of like not say, you guys, that I'm supporting the team. I feel like so oftentimes I've got to kind of preference what my opinion is, because I just feel like I'm going to set so many people off by my opinion of it, because it's just not what they want to hear. But I'm just trying to be honest on this. My approach this offseason would have not been to drive hard into trying to be a contender for 2025. My approach this offseason would have been to take a step back. So when we go into this offseason and you're going to sign DK Metcalf and Geno Smith and Ernest Jones to 3 of your top biggest 7 contracts that you have on your books, that's not an indication of taking a step back. That's an indication of they want to drive hard forward. And if the team wants to take this approach, they can take that approach. From my position of this, I would have taken the step back and it wouldn't have freaked me out as it would have so many other people. I get that it does. I understand it. Just my opinion. I'm not expecting everybody to go with me on this. I don't care if anybody agrees with me on it. It's just my opinion. But with that said, I wouldn't have then done the extension with Geno at that point, Jason. Because I don't think that you sign this unless you're in a position to be ready to contend in 2025. You don't put Geno on a new contract unless you know for sure 2025 is going to be contention town. And I don't know that it is. But I wouldn't go past $38.5 million. He's an older quarterback. Wherever he ranks, that's a part of this that factors in. He's also a guy that's been injured the past 2 years as an aging quarterback. Some of that's the bad offensive line you put in front of him, but it is what it is. He's not getting healthier with age. I think that's got to be built into the valuation of the contract as well. But there's no universe that he's getting anywhere near $52 million a season. Nobody's paying that for Geno Smith. Thrill House, I think the Falcons take Burden, wide receiver for Penix. I'll watch Penix as much as Hawks. It's possible they do that. It's possible. They sure got some good play out of Mooney last year out of that slot. Alien Wizard Brando, if Geno was the starting quarterback on the Eagles in the Super Bowl, do you think they would have won the game? Yes, I do. No, the pathological obsessions with Geno make this for him almost unreadable. It's definitely a one where there's no soft opinions when it comes to Geno Smith on either side. You know, people, what they believe tends to be pretty ardent. Paul says trade all to get the number 1 overall pick 2026, build the O-line this year and get Arch Manning next year. There you go. Tony Wright, Buffalo running back James Cook wants a contract extension and they'll pay him $15 million per season. I do not believe they should pay him that. Brandon, what's your thoughts on that? Yeah, the Bills have, I think, the second or third least amount of cap space to spend this offseason, Tony. And that's with them probably needing to sign Josh Allen to a contract extension. They're not going to have the money to give $15 million per year to James Cook. So you probably end up moving James Cook at that point, I would say. They could try to force him to play out the deal because there probably is not going to be a big market out there for somebody that wants to trade for Cook to try to make him this highly paid player. But I don't see how Buffalo gives him that money. Ricky says, I think the Hawks are a contender for 3 reasons, but just need one thing added. Coach and defense are a match made in heaven. Geno's elite quarterback to me. The weapons on offense are elite. Just need line. O-line. There we go. I hope you're right, Ricky. King, how many Super Bowls would we win if we got Joe Burrow? 3. 1 every 3 years. Dune Moose's Debo is to an offense as Jamal Adams is to a defense. Exactly. 360 bets, top 3 draft picks you'd like to see in the first round that are at least slightly possible. Hawks Nest, great question. 360 bets, great question. Three first-round picks that I think are slightly possible, that I would be most in favor of. What a good question. I think the ones that make me feel where you feel really solid and good at with taking them in there would be Armand Mabou or Kelvin Banks, guys that can play both guard, tackle, and guard. Gives you some insurance there for Lucas. I think those guys are going to be pretty pro ready made to go. And then defensively, I think Kenneth Grant would probably be that guy for me. Kenneth Grant, maybe Michael Williams of Georgia is another guy off the edge who would be as a kind of a fourth guy, but we'll go with Grant as kind of the third guy there, 360. So either of those two offensive linemen that, both kind of, I think, project similarly. And then Kenneth Grant would be the guy there. But if not there, I'd go probably one of the edges. Brian says Luke Lachey, round 4. There you go, Brian. Got a little bit of a later grade on Luke, but he was fun. He was fun to look at. Kind of a taller H-back. Kind of an older prospect. Injuries are a little bit more of a concern. Really wish Luke Lachey was about 3 inches smaller because then he'd be a perfect kind of fullback conversion guy. But he is like 6'6", so it's like, ugh. James, Alpha's bad at balloons. This draft is so bad at the top that people are trying to find gems that aren't actually worth a first. Correct. So what happens when you have these kind of drafts, I think, is it starts to get people to talk themselves into players, as opposed to just appropriately putting those players in the right slot. Where you start to kind of overcorrect for how the draft is. And I think that's a pathway to going down the wrong road, kind of to draft failure. Rap Report, thank you for the $2 donation, says, did you hear about the Steelers calling about Trevor Lawrence? I did. Kind of as Randall was saying below, this is kind of two different things that could be going on with this situation when it comes to this. It could be, number one, the Jaguars leaking out that the Steelers had called them about Trevor Lawrence, and they're trying to say, hey, the shop is open for business. Who wants to make us an offer? It could be that. I think it's probably much more likely that you have a Steelers team that is really desperate when it comes to the quarterback position. They feel that they have a roster that is ready to contend and compete. They just got in the playoffs this last year. They obviously do feel like they've been held back by their quarterback position. They're not sold on Justin Fields. They're going to let Russell Wilson walk. And so I think that there's a little bit of a desperation factor at play with the Steelers as to why they're basically shaking every bush in the forest to see if something's going to fall out of it that can work. And there's not a lot of good answers that they're facing right now. And so they look at Lawrence and are like, man, this would be the best answer if we get this one to go. But I'm not so sure Jaguars are willing to move him. I don't know if the Steelers would have enough capital to move him. If the Jaguars were, that's not really a kind of move that the Steelers have really made in their history. They don't tend to do those kind of things. But interesting. Could mean either thing there too. Rap Report on that. It could be the Jaguars doing a little bit of this. Let's start to do the dangling thing. Drop him in the water on the hook and see if you can get yourself a big fish. Will Valdez says Broshimo is saying this edge class rivals the 2019 edge class in overall talent. Yes. I believe that the edge group is Will Valdez. That's by far the strongest group in this draft. That's with, as somebody else said above, all of those defensive tackles that are so good in this draft. As good as they are, the edge group's even better. And I have currently right now 4 first-round edges. It could be as much as 5. I mean, I might end up putting Jalen Walker in the first round when it's all said and done. I then got another 4 guys in the edge in the second round. I've got 6 guys in the 3rd round as far as edge goes, and I haven't even gotten through all these guys. Will, it's a really, really fun group, really good group. I mean, you could go get a guy like the kid that I can't say his name right now. I forget his name. I was just scouting the other night. The kid out of UCLA, the edge out there. Kid's a former inside linebacker who just went out to edge recently, and he's really taking to it. That kid might be another guy you go get in the 4th, 5th round who ends up becoming a player for you. 501st, I think Khalil Mack's got a lot left in the tank too. I think he certainly has a lot more in the tank left than Bosa looks like he has. Joey. Silver Ace, hi Brandon. Thoughts on drafting Scatabo to be our fullback? I mean, it's possible, Silver Ace. I think he's more of a tailback than he is a fullback, but he's got big size. He runs really hard. He fits in certain ways to what you would have wanted from that position prior. We know that Kubiak has an affinity for fullbacks in a way that's probably only unique absent Shanahan out there and is one of use of them. And so that could be a possibility that pulls them to do that. I don't know if I could predict it though, because I think you're going to have to take him in sort of the 4th round to do that. And I don't know if John's going to be willing to or wanting to do that, but I will say this too as well. You're going to have a 4th and a 6th round pick back as a compensatory pick, and you're probably going to get back maybe even a 5th round pick in addition to that. If you move a guy like Woolen, you get another 4th round pick. I mean, we're right in that area now where you go grab a guy like that because you have so many of those picks in the middle part of that draft. Sbolix Sipos. With bad offensive line, should we get a runner quarterback like Lamar Jackson? What's with Malik Willis? A 3rd rounder for Green Bay for Willis? Crazy? It's probably about what it would cost if you're going to pull him over because he's under contract with them. I think rather than looking for, I do think you're right about, look, you just need to getting a mobile quarterback's a smart thing to do in this modern age, because even if you have a good offensive line, having guys that can get away from pressure and can create on their own is very valuable. And Willis can do that, to your point on that. But I think getting the line built up better would be better than just looking for a pure running quarterback, is get the line handled first, correct that. Because that's the real reason why you've got so many issues here at hand. It's kind of, that'd be sort of dealing with and sort of treating a symptom rather than getting back to the root cause there on that situation, being that it's the line that's really the issue there. Rap Report with another $5 donation. And I love this donation, folks, because this is exactly along the lines of something I've been talking about recently. Rap says, Burrow just said the Bengals need to pay their players to become contenders like the Eagles, but we know how cheap they are. He might want out soon. I've been talking about it here for a couple months, Rap, and if you've been in here on the chat, you've seen that I've gotten at times flamed for this very take. I just released a clip video out on my other channel, on the Hawks Nest Clips channel. I released a video talking about the Burrow situation and the Bengals situation and something to monitor and track. And I got flamed on that video in my comment section where people were like, why are you even bringing this up? There's no way that he's going to go anywhere. But I think you're seeing what I'm seeing on this, which is that the Bengals are heading towards kind of an explosion, to put it kindly. They don't have the money for Hendrickson. They're not going to have the money for Higgins. Those guys are gone. BJ Hill, one of their better defensive tackles, is going to be gone. They've got their best inside linebacker wanting to now requested to be traded. They're going to probably move him in a trade. This is after you've lost Jesse Bates. This is after you've lost DJ Reader in recent years. This is after you lost Larry Ogunjobi. They've had to do a lot of replacing there in recent years along that team. And then you're going to ask Burrow to look at all of that happening. And then you've got Jamar Chase on top of all this other stuff, the Jamar Chase situation sitting there, being that now he's a year beyond where he should have been paid for. Like, he should have been paid after year 3 on a contract extension. You made him play through the 4th year of his rookie deal. Now you're going to have to pay him even more money this year that they don't have to spend. I really think from a Bengals standpoint, if they're as cheap as I believe they are, if they have as little money as I believe that they do have, then why wouldn't you just blow this up this offseason? I mean, you go, okay, we're going to keep Trevor Lawrence to sell tickets, but we're going to lose all the rest of these guys. And we're going to keep Trevor Lawrence to sell tickets, even though he's pissed off at us because we want to force him through a rebuild. Versus if we're going to build it up and reload, we're going to move a Jamar Chase and we move a Burrow and we're going to move a Jermaine Pratt, just get all those picks back together and rebuild this thing back up. I mean, I wouldn't say the Bengals would be smart to let these guys go, but if you're not going to re-sign, if you're not going to spend the money, then take the road that you take. Be who you are. And this is kind of who the Bengals are. So I think it's something that is worth monitoring, tracking there with Burrow. I think Burrow's starting to be, as I'd already been bringing this up about Burrow before he started to get a little bit lippy now, and he's starting to get a little bit vocal in the press about the Bengals and their moves and what they're doing here. And I think a little bit, he's setting a little bit of that baseline of, if you guys are going to screw the pooch on this thing, don't expect me to just sit here silent and take it. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to watch my career get burned out because you guys don't want to spend money and you're cheap. So it's well said in your rap report. I've been thinking the same thing could kind of play out the way that this could go very quickly. And it is a bold prediction, but boy, that Bengals team right now is not just facing some little tiny issue that they have to get over. They're looking at 3-4 of their best players on their roster right now, moving on out. And for a team that didn't make the playoffs last year, signing all those contracts, and maybe they don't want to go that route, maybe. We'll see, though, man. Something definitely worth monitoring and tracking. Randy says, if we draft a nose tackle, where will Byron Murphy play when Leonard Williams is on the field at the same time? 5 tech for Murphy, 3 tech for Williams. Well, you're only going to ask, you're ideally going to want a rotation on your defensive line. We saw the Eagles able to employ this really well throughout the Super Bowl, where, the ideal is not to have your guy playing 70% of the snaps defensively and the 3 tech position like Leonard Williams. What you want to have is the guy play, 35 snaps a game. Ideally if there's going to be 60, 65 offensive plays a game, Randy, you're going to split that up between your 2-3 techs and let them roll through. And so last year, Randy, there was a plenty of offset between Murphy and Jaron Reed in the way that you could run them between the 3 tech role and keep them fresh. So you could just flip out a Jaron Reed and then flip in a Byron Murphy, and then you're keeping their snap count still balanced and even. They're still getting plenty of time to go out there and have an effect. There's some times and moments that, Randy, you're able to use either of those 2 guys off the edge. Williams got quite a few snaps off the edge as a wide 9 at times. So there's some movement to put him out there and then have Murphy then at the 3 tech around him on that. But there's plenty of snaps in there because you don't run those guys out, you don't want to run the guys out there 45 snaps a game, 50 snaps a game. That's not going to keep a guy fresh throughout the course of a long season. Paul says, my draft trade, first round pick gets many second or third rounds as possible, then trade those to build picks for 2026 first round picks. Use what's left to build the O-line. I like it, Paul. Solid approach. Seahawks Gaming, I want Shamar Stewart at 18. That's who I had in my mock. That's who I had them taken. Me and the Hawks. Where did I put that thing? Where did I put that damn thing at now? No. I thought I had that somewhere, but I guess not. But that's who I had them taken. Seahawks Gaming. Dune Moose says, Reek's one of those guys at a roadside construction site that stands there leaning on a shovel while the other guys are in the hole sweating from their brows. Tony Wright, Brandon equals Vince Lombardi 2.0 coaching philosophy. I would have been, it would have been, I'm not saying it would have been pretty, and I'm not saying it would have been effective, but I would not have been one of those patient guys when it came to guys making mistakes, just like, oh, we'll just roll with this. Like, I would definitely be getting, I'd be getting tearing guys' ass. I'd be like, I'd be mother effing guys. Yep, Bill Parcells, Brian. I'd be chopped up a little bit like that. I just know I would. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it would be pretty. Not saying it would work. Dogs, we could win a lot of games with a badass offensive line. The rest of the team's pretty good already. Steven says, when Reek changed his name, I knew he was in trouble. It's always the sign, isn't it? You can never change your name as a pro, man. I don't think that's worked out for any player ever. Seahawks Gaming, Tyler Warren could be our Taysom Hill. Maybe. He did take some direct snaps back there at running back. Jason, I'm not a Geno fan. I hope he proves me wrong, but I just don't see any world where Geno joins Brady, Manning, Elway, the only quarterbacks in the modern era to win a Super Bowl after the age of 35. It's a good point. There's been very few that have done it, Jason. It's hard to do. Martin Brando, do you think that the Chiefs come back again in 2025? I think there's more of a rebuild needed here than people think. It's a good point. I'm a little torn on them right now. I don't have a strong opinion, but I think that they have some hard work to be done here. Yeah, I think, Chris Jones is getting older. They may be going to lose Nick Bolton, their inside linebacker, this offseason. We'll see how that situation plays out with them, but I think they got to figure out something with him. Offensive line needs to be rebuilt. They still don't have the receiving core figured out at all. The receiving core is just definitely kind of still a mess. So there's a lot to be done. They don't have a lot of assets to necessarily make that happen. Yeah, they could be heading to that. It wouldn't surprise me. B, if we trade Geno to bring in Rodgers, embrace the tank for Manning. I would embrace it at that point. God, this fan base would lose their stuff. Whew. You talk about an angry fan base. Brian, he says this live stream came up at the exact same time as a live stream geology class. Sorry, geology won this time. Hey, man, you're paying for the education. You got to utilize it there. I get it. I don't blame you for doing that. You can always watch the VOD. Alpha. B, do you think part of the reason as to why Bradford looks so bad was because of the players next to him? Connor Williams and Forsythe on your side isn't exactly the most inspiring group. It could have affected things a little bit. I don't think that that's inherently what's holding back Bradford in his game. I think Bradford came out of LSU as a really talented, a guy that was really raw and needed a lot of maturation and development and refinement. I don't know if that's come a lot forward with him in this time here. I think he still does kind of remain pretty raw. But yeah, you're going to be affected if the parts around you are bad. That's for sure. With the dog, I remember when Dallas tried to trade for our first round pick to take Paxton Lynch, but Denver beat them to it, so they took Dak in the fourth. What could have been? Oh, true. Rap report, hear about the Steelers calling Trey Lance. Also, publicly saying the Bengals need to pay people to stay contenders. Your trade ideas for both of them are becoming more likely. I'm glad you noticed, Rap. I'm glad you noticed. Because when I bring those two players up at the time I initially brought them up, I got a lot of heat for it. And so, yeah, it feels nice to hear at the very least one of those guys might be starting to slide on the market, as I was thinking could happen. And it's why I do also say to people when they get that little bit of that revulsion, when I bring up these kind of things that are outside the box and you're like, wait, that can't, I've given it a lot of thought. I'm not just throwing stuff out there to just throw it out up at the wall and hope it sticks. There's something that's usually going to be built into why I kind of give you guys these kind of opinions on this that are so bold in that way, to say, keep an eye on these two situations, track them and monitor them, because we could become of interest in both accounts if they should kind of roll and change in that way. And I think we are in an era now, Rap Report, where it isn't the old NFL from 10 years ago where things were more stagnant. Now it's more free moving than ever before. You know, guys going from here to there to here to there than ever before. And so these kind of trades, whereas maybe there would have been no chance of them happening 15 years ago, now it's starting, I think it's going to become not maybe commonplace, but just more of, we're going to see more of these possibilities every kind of off season for a guy or two like these becoming available on the market. Jason, Brandon, I 100% agree. I wonder if Geno will be okay with $38 million per year, as that would make him the 16th highest paid quarterback when he believes he's top 8. It's a good question, man. And it's a good point as well, in that might be the thing that causes him to say, to hell with you guys. I don't want to do that. I'm not signing that for less than that. And, maybe there is that team that's willing to pay that. That's a little bit of what I've wondered about, if not, could eventually cause a trade to be drawn here for Geno, being that you say, we'll pay you 38.
and there's a team like the Raiders that say we'll pay you 45, and Geno's like, trade me to the Raiders, will give me 45 and get back whatever you can, but let me go get my contract because you guys aren't willing to do it. But boy, I have a hard time reconciling in my mind $45 million a year for Geno Smith. That feels like a massive overpay. It makes my nuts shrivel just $38 million. I get a couple of just tiny beans, down in my basket when I think about that. Thrill House, Hawks Nest, what are your thoughts on Kenny Pickett getting a ring before Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson? All I got to say, Thrill House, is that ring is going to look really big on those baby hands. You thought that those Super Bowl rings already looked ostentatious and big. Like that thing's gonna take up like 3 of his fingers. You're gonna think he's only got like 2 little crab fingers left on the baby hands Pickett with that big ass Super Bowl ring. Thrill House also, who's calling asking for Geno? That's a question as well, Thrill House. On, is there a team? I think there might be a couple teams that might be willing. I don't know if there'll be that team to give him the 45. That's everything part of this. We'll see on what his value is really derived from there. He can want something, but it's difference between what you want and what you can really get. And he signed a pretty economical deal last time. I don't know if he gets something that's far beyond that this time. And yeah, Silver Ice, I'm with Cam Scattergour, fullback, possible. Thrill House, Brandon, do you have a round grade on Ezericu? I can't say his name, but I like him. Yes, I do. He is one of my second round graded edges. I love Donovan's game. 6'2", 247. He's got an Uchenna Nwosu kind of. That's my player comp for him. So he's missing the traditional size you look for at the position, but he has the bounce and power to get the job done. After a solid college career, had a season of destruction. I mean, this is his last year here at Boston College. 80. This is from an edge, folks. 80 tackles, 16.5 sacks, 3 forced fumbles. He's quick. He's got advanced hand usage and a deep bag of tricks to call upon. Long arm bull rush, downward hand chop, rip off the ghost move, inside swim over. He's even got a spin move. As a pass rusher, he mainly presses the edge of the arc, working with good bend and dip. He's not a quick first step artist, so it's more of the quickness built up than that. He has 2 grade A counters in his bag. First, he can show you a hand pushing hard up the field with this. I wrote this for. I got to recheck my. So he'll sort of jab, step to an arm over as his first counter to the inside. So he does such a good job of pressing the edge. He sort of jabs you. He'll jab you hard with that outside step and then come in with the arm over, and he's really able to call upon it at any time. The second is he's got a tight spin move that he counters to the inside on as well. He also shows the capability of chaining pass rush moves together. So, he feels the tackle set, and then he'll chain his pass rush moves off of it, and he can do it all in the moment of in play. He doesn't have to plan on it before the snap. He doesn't have to go, okay, here's what I'm going to do in my head. I'm going to go this, I'm going to do that. It's kind of like he can just react to what the tackle is doing and then work off of that. Really good motor. He'll rally to the ball. Just missing, I guess, probably the size and maybe a little bit of length that you'd like to get from the position. But he's really a refined and fun player, Thrill House. Jason DeBurrow is truly on the market. Seattle would be stupid if they didn't shoot their S at him. Agreed, Jason. Part of why I wanted to talk about it as far as a possibility being that I hope Seattle has, and to prepare yourself for if he becomes on the market, you make the Godfather offer. You don't have the guy suddenly on the, oh, he's on the market. What do we think we want to come up with? Instead, you go, hey, let's prep an offer together. Let's put together this, once in a lifetime situation to get a quarterback who instantaneously will be the best quarterback we've ever had in this franchise as far as talent wise goes. Let's go throw whatever we got to throw at to make that happen. And I hope they do if that does go down. And I know that there's still long odds here on it. But again, I mean, if you're in Burrow's position, his standpoint on it, right, and you're in a bit of the player empowerment era, and you watch Trey Hendrickson walk in free agency, and you watch T. Higgins walk in free agency, and you watch B.J. Hill walk in free agency, and you watch the team trade Jermaine Pratt for some draft pick return, and then you see Jamar Chase getting screwed around on his contract. Does that cause him to start to get rankled a little bit? I think it's feasible to say, yeah. Is it enough to force his way out of town? We'll see. But as I've also said with this whole situation, we have a literal baseline with the same Bengals ownership operating with the number 1 overall pick quarterback who is super uber talented. We've been down this road with the Bengals before and seen how they react to this. We've seen how they play this hand out. And the way that they play this hand out is they end up bluffing. They end up moving the quarterback. That's the way it tends to go. Not tends to go, but it has gone. Misspoke there. Yui says, Burrow trade would require foresight and courage that the Bengals front office just doesn't possess. If you think Dallas fans freaked out about Luka, Bengal fans might literally tear down the stadium. It's possible, man. It's possible. But never underrate how cheap they are, and also the fact that Burrow might be a guy to force, much like Palmer did once before, might be a guy to push in the background to try to force this to happen too. It would take that, Yui. I don't think that the Bengals would just do it by them just deciding, hey, let's just move Burrow. It would take Burrow, I think, pressing down from a pressure standpoint. Silver Ace, yo, Brando, do you know how efficient Kubiak was in the red zone? I think he was like 11 or 13th, something like that. They were much better in the red zone early in the season versus some of the injuries that popped up later in the year. You really got to look at that Saints team sliced up by kind of two different halves, because you almost lost just about half the offensive roster by the second half of the season, including the quarterback. Hoop Grays, Brando, when looking at your offseason plan, I still don't look at the team as a contender, but you never know. Bradford, Haynes, or LeMay is probably our starter next year. Don't see us wasting any more resources on it. I think it's fair, Hoop Grays. I think that's a fair outlook of it. These are definitely just moves that are more beyond this is what it takes to get to contender. These would be more moves on this is what I anticipate John making, and John and what he thinks this would take for them to get to there. But I could understand you still feeling like they came up a little bit short in that scenario. I do. Alphabatted Blooms, I like all those guys. Cross, Tevin Jenkins, Ratledge, good. Abe, yeah. Jenkins. Dude, it makes my nuts shrivel just 38 million. Hoop Grace, 45 million would be insane. Can't do that. No, I can't. That's just yeah. Too much. Much too much. Brian, we'll catch you in a bit, man. Appreciate you. Lamazov corrected to Brando, shoot their shot. Nick says, if we give up the house for Burrow, what's the difference between here and Cincinnati from Burrow's perspective? Well, I mean, the house is going to mainly consist of, Nick, parts and pieces that you're comfortable getting up while still believing that you can be a contender on the other side of it. So first round picks would be where it begins. It's going to be 3 first round picks. You're probably including a couple of players on that you're going to be more okay with letting go. It might be Kenneth Walker, Reek Woolen, Derek Hall, these kind of guys that are, I don't think that anybody's going to necessarily, if you're getting Burrow on the other side of it, you're going to be like, well, we can't contend now because we let go of Walker or Reek. I don't think that you're going to necessarily be saying that. And the first round picks are going to definitely hurt in that process of giving that up in addition to it, but you still do have your other picks in the draft at that point. Then you still do as well have money that you can spend, because you can go out at that point and you're getting Burrow back on. And the nice part about taking on the Burrow contract in a trade is that the cost is not going to be exorbitant for him, because the Bengals are going to have eaten the bonus money on the front of the deal. So while he does have option bonuses that are layered in the contract through the course of the next couple of years, the deal is not going to hugely devastate you cap-wise to where you couldn't go out in free agency and then sign a couple of free agent offensive linemen, for instance, which I think that when it comes to Burrow leaving, the big difference here comes down to an ownership that's willing to spend money and a group that's not being willing to spend money. And if you're just talking about beyond where our rosters are at, the Seattle Seahawks have been one of the 10 best teams in the NFL over the last 25 years at being willing to spend bottom line money, coming out of pocket. The Bengals have been one of the 10 cheapest, one of the 5 cheapest organizations in all of football over that same period of time. So Burrow looks at the situation here and goes, look, if all of these same players were in Seattle, if T. Higgins was in Seattle, if Jamar Chase was in Seattle, if Trey Hendrickson was in Seattle, these guys probably would already be on contract extensions. We wouldn't have driven this all the way down to the end of the line. We wouldn't have had a T. Higgins on a franchise tag on his year like he was this year. A smarter organization would have already got ahead of this rather than being reactive to it like the Bengals are. So I think that Burrow would be a lot more encouraged and warm and fuzzy in this situation versus over in the Bengals one. Seattle's willing to actually spend. The Bengals aren't. Robert Can, hey, sorry I'm late. How's it going, Brandon? I'm doing great. Robert, how are you doing, man? Do you think we'll unleash our dogs, like free them up on both sides of the ball? Also adding players that have that dog mentality and can dominate. I think finding more dogged mentality players is going to be a little bit more of a fixture here. I think toughness is a word that stands out to me as far as what you're looking for in some of these players going into the future, offensive line wise. Unleash the dogs, I don't know. I think offensively you're going to be balanced. You're not looking to go crazy there. Defensively, it's not a blitz-heavy scheme or a hyper-pressurized defense. It works some of that stuff in, but it's like offense. It's going to maintain a sense of balance in their approach and how they accomplish what they accomplish. But certainly I think that you're going to look to add more of those kind of players that both fit schematically to what McDonald wants to do defensively, and then that toughness angle. I think dogged mentality is a good way to put it, Robert. I think you are going to look for more of those kind of guys, for sure. Jason says, Rick and Nick. Hoist Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, we would have to sign Burrow to a new contract? No. Burrow just signed a recent contract extension, and so no, you would not be signed to a new extension on this deal. The reason that you're able to move this from the Bengals' perspective, let me bring up the contract for you guys here. Holy hell. Okay. So Burrow just signed a 5-year, $275 million contract extension in 2023. So just 2 years ago, he signed an extension. The deal is going to run through 2029. So you're not putting him on a new contract. The reason that this deal can be done, and even though it was signed so new, is because the bonus money has been pushed over into optional bonuses. Option bonus in 25, option bonus 26, option bonus 27. You can just see how cheap they are with how they structure this contract. They didn't want to give him the bonus money on the front side, which now allows you to be able to go make this move because 23's bonus money, $13.9 million off the books. 24's bonus money, $7.8 million off the books. So the Bengals only have to, I say only, but this is within feasible place. They only have to eat $24 million of dead money in order to move Burrow. But then when you get Burrow here, you're only going to be on the hook for Burrow for his base salary of $25.25 million in 25 and then $13 million option bonus. So he'll cost about $38 million on your books for next year if you sign him. And kind of a similar thing the year after that, similar the thing after that. So you're going to get Burrow, and yeah, you're giving the Godfather offer up, but you're actually getting him on a very, very feasible contract at that point. To me, thus making it all the more reason to go and make this kind of deal if it presents itself. All the more reason to overflow and throw over the top, because we're not going to have a quarterback that's going to be impinging our salary cap in the same way that we would typically see for a quarterback that's this good in other situations. So the Bengals provided this opening, Holy Stand Grenade. This is why I say 10 years ago this kind of deal wouldn't have been made, because if a Burrow signed a 5-year, $275 million deal, $130 million of that would have been pure bonus money. And so you'd only be 2 years into that, meaning the Bengals would have to be like Deshaun Watson and needing $100 million to move off of the guy. But because of the fact that they put those option bonuses down the line, meaning that they're bonuses, they're guarantees, but they're not guarantees that click in until that year, until this year, meaning that then the Bengals could have a way to be able to move them if they wanted to do so. Hoop Craze, who's your second favorite team? I only got a one favorite team, man. I only got eyes for one woman, man. You know what I mean? It's just how I'm wired. Martin Brando, without a free agent signing for the O-line, is this what we would land as the starting O-line? Cross, Josh Simmons, Olutimi, Christian Haynes, Abe Lucas. I don't think Josh Simmons is a target, Martin, because Josh Simmons is a pure left tackle. You're not going to put him at left guard. He's a left tackle. So, I think it's more Cross, the Ohio State kid, maybe Booker in there at left guard, maybe, something like that. Center could be any number of things. It's hard to kind of say on how they could do that in the draft, because you could go Zabel at center, come back at Tyler Booker in the second round if you want to go 1-2. It could be something like that, Martin, where it's first round you take Zabel, second round you take Booker. And now you got your left guard and your center. And then you're going to roll with your right guards over there and let the best man kind of win. And then have Olutimi and Zabel and Sundell duke it out. Greg Pfeiffer B. What do you think our first move is going to be? I'm thinking Geno. I think Geno's contract extension will be the first move. I think DK Metcalf's contract will be the second move. And then I think Ernest Jones will probably be the third move right as we're just about to begin free agency. It'll be Ernest and Michael Dixon will be the 3-4 after that, I think. Hoop Grades, I'm not too interested in Myles Garrett because his timeline doesn't match with ours. Micah Parsons would however be a perfect fit. What would it cost? Probably going to cost you 2 first-round picks pure for Micah Parsons to bring him in. I don't know if there would be a more cost beyond that. You might have to throw them a Derek Hall in addition to it, Hoop Craze. 2 firsts and a Derek. Something like that. I like Parsons a lot. I do have some worry with Parsons, Hoop Craze, on, paying a guy that's going to want $33, $34 million per year, who he's an absolute demon as a pass rusher. But as far as a run defender goes, for what you're spending on that might be a bit tough for me. Alpha, hoping for more Kenny McIntosh. He was really good when he got his reps. He's got receiving upside, the speed to run outside the tackles, and willingness to hit guys on the second, third level. Me too, Alphas. I think he's going to be a little stuck behind the depth chart, but it'd be nice to find him, just get him a role at least a little bit next year would be cool. Silver Ace, Brandon, just a stupid thought, but do players complain about the money they get? Geno is getting the same amount of money as Justin Jefferson. I wouldn't be complaining. Quarterbacks just think that they're kind of on that different level of scale, And so they want to be paid at that different spot. I don't think it's right. I wish quarterbacks were kind of in alignment with the rest of the players instead of kind of being paid like double the same amount, but it kind of is what it is on that one, Do they complain? Do they want more? I don't know about complain, but want more money, Silver Ace? Geno Smith in training camp was trying to negotiate a new contract at that time. So it's something that they're, definitely something he's looking for. Dogzilla says Burrow would have the same exact problem if we can't run the ball. I mean, they didn't run the ball too well in Cincinnati this year either, Dogzilla. And that ground game hasn't always been consistent with him there in Cincinnati, and he's been able to overcome it. I do think the ground game is going to get better, though. I don't think can't get worse. And I think a lot of it came from lack of the commitment of Grubb. And then, of course, lack of talent on that line. I think both of those things are going to be remedied this offseason, at least to some degree. And maybe not completely fixed, but at least remedied. Jason said, sorry, where did I miss that? Steven says, what if this is the Cincinnati front office saying, F you guys for losing our Super Bowl versus KC? Maybe. To your point, Steven, they've let the other guys walk. Breeder, Jesse Bates. Hoop grades were where I fan of the Jamal Adams trade when it happened. Yeah. But that's also the part of this, like with all things, when I ask my front office or my coaching staff to learn their lessons, I think that I've got to apply that to myself as well on this. And that when I do this through the years, and whether it's looking at this team and accurately assessing this team or the moves the team's going to make, or just evaluating the moves the team does make that are big moves like this, is to try to make sure that I don't just give the benefit of the doubt to the organization and saying that, that this will just definitely work. This will just work. This will be good. I like the trade a lot, but what the mistake that I made was the anticipation of changing their ways to maximize Jamal Adams out, thinking that you made this great mistake with Jimmy Graham. You're not going to make the same mistake with Jamal Adams. And the team instead made the same mistake with Jamal Adams. The injury thing was maybe more of the big issue at play as to, what's really hurt his career and taken him down that notch. But you did the other thing in addition to that, which is not put him in the right position to find success. And so, I was in favor of it. That's one of those places I've got to, course correct on, though. Whereas if I was being realistic about that in retrospect and looking at the situation, I would have said, Coach Carroll's never going to change his defense to accommodating blitzing safety. This is not going to work. This is going to be a misalignment. He's not Cam Chancellor, box safety, linebacker guy. He's, a blitzing weapon that you want to move all over the place. And so that's where I've got to, learn my lessons in this too. Huey Hunter isn't going to be a full-time two-way player in the NFL. He's going to be a cornerback that plays a few packages offense. Yeah, I see it that way too. Yeah, at Thurl House, I don't think he's going to play both sides. It's just too much on a player. It's good in theory, but it's too much. Even Deion Sanders back in the days, like one of the only few guys to do this, he's going to run a smattering of plays offensively over the course of the game. Just a smattering. Jesus says, Dogzilla is signing Burrow would train. So we don't have to sign Dogzilla. Don't have to sign Burrow. You're not signing him. And again, as I was kind of showing on that contract there on the other screen that I just showed, he's only going to cost about $38 million on the contract for the next couple of years. So you're not significantly ripping your cap situation and tearing it up to do this. As the draft capital real? Yeah. Draft capital is going to be real on what that's going to cost. But you're also getting a top 5 quarterback for the position. You're getting the best quarterback in Seahawks history for the position. So there's a plus side to this. Is injury a part of this? Yeah, but I mean, Dogzilla, we're flirting right now with signing a 35, 36-year-old quarterback to the same kind of money for a guy that's been injured the past 2 years, who's had both of his last 2 years. He's dealing with pretty bad injuries by the end of the season. So, I mean, we're already kind of walking down this road as it is. Kurt Bernard, good afternoon to you too as well. Thanks for checking out the stream today. And folks, if you could for me too, please, if you can, just hit that like button. Maybe sub up if you get a chance. I would really appreciate it. Helps the channel out significantly. Silver Ace, if we got Burrow, can we still build our team like Brandon? What does that do the cap situation look like? It's a good question. So let's walk through this. Let's walk through this. I like this. Okay. So I let out the show by showing you guys these moves that could be made. So at the front of it, I said re-sign Geno. Obviously, we'd not be re-signing Geno, but keep in mind that re-signing that I had built into my plan here for the Seahawks offseason. Let's say they take all of the other moves here. DK, Ernest Jones, Dixon, Cross, all those guys get signed like I'm saying they will. We release and trade all the guys that I said that we were going to release and trade. Draymond, Tyler, the fans, Robertson, Harris, Rayshon Jenkins, trade Reek. All that goes down like I'm saying, right? But the Geno thing, obviously, you're not signing him to the extension if you're going to go trade for a Joe Burrow. So that 3 years, $115 million comes off the book. And what you'll notice with that is that the Geno deal at 3 years and $115 million was going to have $38 million average per year as far as, the overall hit goes. So the change it essentially means that you're basically dollar for dollar in about the same kind of place that you would have been on the Geno deal here, making this work in this way. You're sort of flopping out Geno for Burrow because Burrow, you don't have to do the new contract. He just comes in on the books on what his current deal is costing. So you could still then go and make all of the free agent moves that I was looking to make with signing a Banks, signing a Dahlman, getting your couple other guys. There's still moves that can be made in free agency. It will not hold you back in doing that at that point, because there's not going to have to be more money that you got to give to Burrow. He comes in on the money that's just on the books that he costs. The Bengals eat the bonus money on the front end. So even though he's a guy averaging, what is he averaging? He's averaging $50+ million a year. You're actually down in the lower area on what you're really paying him. So you can still do all those moves, Silver Ace. And if you're going to go get a guy like Burrow, you are going to bury void money. You are going to lower down cap costs. You're going to try to maximize this cap as much as you can at that point to do everything you can to put that supporting cast around him. You're not just going to go Burrow and go, we're done. Handled. There will definitely be some more aggressive moves on top of that. Kick up. Thoughts on Malachi Starks? Could it be fun with Mike Mack as a Kyle Hamilton role? He will. He does give you some redundancy bringing in here, kick up, with what you already have Devin Witherspoon operating out of. Obviously, Starks is going to play way more safety than a guy like Witherspoon is. It also then begs the question on what you do with Kobe Bryant, moving into next year. I'm not a big fan of moving. It probably ends up meaning that you're going to move then Witherspoon to outside corner. Kind of feel like Witherspoon's probably at his best as a slot corner in this league. So I love Malachi Starks. I've got a first round grade on him. I think he's a hell of a playmaker. He can do slot and safety stuff really equally well, which is really hard to find. But that redundancy factor, and then kind of just, you're going to end up kicking a really good player to the bench like a Kobe Bryant at that point to facilitate this. And I'm not against it in that way, but it does give me a little bit of hesitancy on making that kind of move because I just don't know how you're going to kind of interwork that. Jason says, by letting Geno go, that would save $31 million in cap, while players like Lockett, D. Jones, Nwosu, Fant, Jenkins, and Robinson would free up a total of $83 million. Bingo. And then add another $5 million on top of that, Jason, if you were to do a DK Metcalf contract extension. And we're talking about the 2025 year cap would go down by $5 million for DK Metcalf on a new extension. So now we're up to $88 million of freed up cap. You can go out there and get some stuff done. Absolutely. And Hoop Crazy, Burrow's, I think, 28 years old. Kick up Geno and DK for a pick six for the Raiders. That'd be about the right value in return you could expect for them. Kick up. Don't know if you're getting more past that, but that's probably about the top of what you'd grab. What's up, Bales? Dune, after hearing you give the details about Burrow, I'm intrigued. You're hearing him start to get, I was bringing up this Burrow thing before you started to hear him get a little bit pop-offy in the media, and he's starting to get a little bit more vocal in the media. Remember, if we want to look at this back to shades of Russell Wilson, remember Russell Wilson's, what happened to him at the end? Started to get a little bit more vocal in the media. Man, I'm getting hit kind of a lot. Man, it'd be nice if we could get some more help in here. When you've gone down this road before, we know when these quarterbacks start to get this way, everything gets kind of heavy-handed, driven in a direction this day and age. It's like it's all sort of, you're greasing the wheels in motion a little bit. And nothing is ever done by happenstance or accident, especially in this very well-cultivated media market with these players and how protective these agents are about bad stories getting out of the players being looked at poorly. So I think that there's a tactical thing going on here with Burrow. I don't think it means that he's just driving for a trade, but I think that the situation is fluid. And I think that the Bengals have to play this very, very carefully in order to not end up pissing off their franchise quarterback and having him push for this kind of trade like a Carson Palmer once did 15 years ago. Martin says if it's a straight choice between extending Geno or Burrow, you do the trade for Burrow 10 times out of 10. Yes, you do. Which is straightforward, Martin, but again, it is on that, you're giving that Godfather up for up. You're giving up more in trade capital for a guy like Burrow than has been given up maybe in NFL history for any NFL player. That's the part of it that to be sure of as well, because that part is going to come with it too. Huey says Burrow would be an incredible addition, but I'm not for it. Definitely prefer Seahawks build inside out from the line of scrimmage. Give Big Mac the defense he wants and see what happens. Prefer a rebuild to a retool. Well, Huey, definitely coming in this offseason. Rebuild would have been the approach I would have taken along with you on that. So that was definitely my recommended approach this offseason. It just does feel like the team is more driven into that role of trying to be aggressive. Tony Wright, the Falcons also have explored the option of releasing either defensive tackle David Onyemata or defensive end Grady Jarrett, or right tackle Caleb McGrary, or even 2 out of the 3 to clear cap space. Kind of Falcons are in a weird, interesting situation there, Tony. And especially if you're going to lose Drew Dahlman, I don't think you want to try to let Caleb McGarry go either. You need that line in place for Penix. I mean, he needs one thing, even before skill position players and a good run game, is get him the line first and foremost in front of him and keep it good. Falcons have a bit of your own kind of crossroads you guys are facing a bit this offseason. He says Burrow would be. Would be. Oh, yeah, I got it. I know what you were saying on that. It is a long shot, Huey, on that too. Just fun to talk about, consider. And I just hope if Seattle is sitting there, they've had these discussions and they're sitting there like, well, if this does happen, what's the offer we're going to run out to to Cincinnati? And I think this is the important part, is that this kind of thing plays out like this. It ain't going to long play itself out. Cincinnati's going to kind of want that, like, everybody submit your best offer in writing and we'll consider it from there. And that's where you come in with that. You have that monstrous offer prepared. Tony Wright, trading Kyle Pitts would save 10.8 against the salary cap. Also, we only have 5 draft picks, 1st, 2nd, 4th. Yikes. Definitely Pitts is going to be moved, Tony. Definitely Pitts is going to be moved. You guys are in some troubled shape there. It's not easy in how this is set up for you guys right now. It just comes back to like the signing of the Kirk Cousins thing. Just, it didn't make any sense at the time, and it makes even less sense in retrospect. Man, that thing kind of hurt you guys a bit. Ricky, would you be okay if they only spent money in free agency on the O-line and the rest of the needs via the draft? Yeah, sure. You need a couple of tight ends, Ricky, but this is the deepest tight end class in probably 15 years. You need wide receivers. You can get that in the draft. You need at least a Z. If you're going to re-sign Draymond Jones, the only really need is a nose tackle. You can get that in the draft. Corners, you can get that in the draft. So yeah, I'd be okay with that, Ricky. Especially if it was making big time signings on the offensive line, where if you were going to double dip and do like a Tevin Jenkins and a Drew Dahlman, or a Ryan Kelly and a Trey Smith. I'd be feeling that. Thrill House Brando, what caused the 49ers to implode last season? Was it a fluke with C-Mac going down? Do you expect them to bounce back just as well as the Hawks? Do you think the Cardinals can turn it around? I don't think they imploded last season. I think injuries were a major part of it. Trent Williams was, knocked out down the home stretch. McCaffrey was never healthy at all year. Bosa made it through half the games before he was done at that point. They had Dre Greenlaw was out a lot of the year. I think Fred Warner was playing with a stress fracture in his foot, if I'm not mistaken there. They lost Hargrave for the season, one of their big free agent signings from a couple of years ago. They had Brandon Ayuk go down to a hellacious injury. I mean, they just got they got completely devastated by injuries. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to bounce back next year, because Williams is going to he's nearing 40. Christian McCaffrey has already hit the cliff for where running backs would typically hit as far as carries mount. I think Dre Greenlaw is going to go in free agency, and Hargrave is kind of getting at the end of his road as far as a player goes. And so they have a lot of talent still. And I think that they've done a good job drafting to get kind of reinvigorate the talent through some of the later picks, especially, but they're going to need almost kind of a perfect offseason, I think, to get this thing to bounce back. And that is a very old roster, which is not going to get healthier as we go into next year either. I'm hard pressed to see Trent Williams playing 17 games next year, McCaffrey playing 17 games next year, Warner playing 17 games next year. I think that they're still very tough. I don't think they're going anywhere, but I don't think they're also in the same place. I think that they definitely are not going to be as strong as they've been in prior years moving forward. Cardinals are moving in the right direction. I think that they're the lead dog team out there, in my opinion, to go land Myles Garrett. I would expect them to get him. In fact, they've got the money to spend. They've got the need. That would really, really help their roster out. I like where the Cardinals are going. They're taking a patient approach, the slow approach. They're building it right, in my opinion. They're spending their money correctly. I think the Cardinals are going to be potentially as big a problem as anybody in this division as we move through the next couple of years. Silver A's Brandon, does our O-line or D-line cost more in the free agency? We could go for the costly one in the draft. Offensive line is going to be more of the costly one, Silver Ace. But the reason that you're spending that money is because, yeah, you can go for the line in the draft, which we've done in recent years, but you don't know that you're going to get the guaranteed returns like you can, not guaranteed, but just more certain returns in knowing what you're getting in the free agent period, if you're especially spending significant money versus the draft, which you drafted a guy like Christian Haynes last year, was supposed to be one of the safer interior offensive linemen in the whole draft, and that guy may end up just turning into a complete bust. So it's always a gamble when you come to the draft, and it's a little bit of a gamble with free agency, but there's just a bit of a known factor there, I think. Kick up favorite snack? I'm a popcorn guy. I love all different varieties of popcorn. I can do the kettle corn. I like the white cheddar stuff. I like just pure air popped with butter and salt. I mean, I love me my popcorn. Greg says, B, I think this is the year we draft a quarterback. Who are the top 3 candidates that Schneider would go after? The only thing is the team likes to reach for a quarterback. The top 2 guys I would say for me would be Will Howard and Jackson Dart as your 1-2. As far as the third guy, I'll go with Quinn Ewers. I think John likes Quinn Ewers a lot. Those would be my 3. Ross, Brandon, should we sign Jameis Winston? No. No, Jameis Winston. No. No, Jameis. Jeffrey. Make sure I got my... Jeffrey, thank you for the $10 donation. It's good to see you in the house too, brother. It says, getting Joe Burrow is a pipe dream, but it's a beautiful pipe dream. I like Geno, but the bottom line is he doesn't sell tickets to the 80-ish% casual fan base with uneducated opinions on him. I think there's a good point to be made on that, Jeffrey, and that I think that it's not necessarily always, I think, fair to Geno. I don't. It's just a kind of thing that is more than it's about what is fair and what's not fair. But I agree. I think that there's a general consensus that you can feel from this fan base where there's just a huge chunk of this fan base which is just not in on Geno Smith. They're not sold on Geno Smith. They can't get sold on Geno Smith. They're out on Geno Smith. And it's a big driver to then some of the lack of interest that does exist within the fan base in regards to this team because of that. Again, you could be a complete pro Geno guy on this and not be happy about it. And I get that. And I understand it. It's just a thing that this is just the reality of what you're seeing and I'm seeing as well. And doing this show as I do and seeing the opinion that's out there, Geno is one of the most divisive players that I have covered on this team and talking about him. And those that are on that side of it, definitely, Jeffrey, have that feeling of, we're never getting anywhere, Geno. I have no faith in Geno. I don't trust Geno, and therefore I'm kind of out on this team with that. And it is something that you feel on that a little bit. And you're right about Burrow. That would definitely turn that around if you had him in here. And as far as that outlook and sentiment from the fan base goes, and it is a pipe dream. It is a long shot kind of situation, but you never know with these kind of things. And as much as anything, I just want the team to be prepared if this does potentially open up to where we don't have a Burrow on the market and we come back to here and Seattle wasn't willing to give up the assets to go get him. You know, I don't want that to be the thing that we hear if that did become the case. Instead of being that they were locked and loaded and ready to roll if this thing was to present itself, and they jumped on it with 2 feet. That'd be my main hope with that, Jeffrey. Nick says, wonder what the possibility San Francisco takes Purdy. Would be pretty funny if Stafford and Purdy got dealt. That would be pretty funny. Could you imagine if the Rams deal Stafford to go to kind of a rebuild? They move Cooper Kupp because we know Cooper Kupp's going to go too, and they kind of go into this like soft rebuild, and then we have the same point in time the 49ers end up moving Purdy for like Aaron Rodgers. Wouldn't that be wild? Seahawks gaming Kyle Pitts trade to the Seahawks is such a John Schneider thing to do. We did it with the Graham and Fant. He might. He has been underwhelming. And boy, he wouldn't draw a lot of excitement from me. Kickup says the Niners have the easiest schedule I've seen next year. No joke. They can stay healthy. They might be able to still make some more noise. You know, they do still have a lot of talent on that team. Ricky says sign Will Freeze and Drew Dahlman, and with the first pick, get one of the top 2 nose tackles. The second and third round, take tight end, wide receiver, cornerback. I'm not sure what will happen at linebacker, re-sign Jones, or wait in free agency to sign. I like it, Ricky. Great approach. Ever Calderon, can you guys explain to me what are you guys talking about? Oh, we're talking about a lot of things. You guys think we'll sign Trey Smith and Becton, make our whole line elite? I think they make at least one big offensive line signing ever. I don't know if they'll do multiple, but I think at least one. Dune says, I'd set my Super Bowl expectations back an extra year or two if we went to get Burrow. me as well. Silver Ace, does Kyle Pitts fit well in Kubiak's system? I kind of feel like the Kubiak system or the Shanahan system is one where it really does want its tight ends to be more of guys that can be multifunctional in what they do. Meaning that with a guy like Pitts, who's kind of more of a tweener between tight end and receiver, and kind of more leads to being, I think, a receiver than he is a tight end, really, when it's all said and done. I don't know if that's as much a magical fit into the Kubiak system and scheme. I think that they want the tight ends that can block and can get out there and run routes. Think of like a George Kittle type, or the other tight ends that the Niners have had in there around a Kittle, where it is going to be more of the, guys that a well-rounded skill set in what you supply. And with Kyle Pitts, the problem with going and making a move for a guy like Kyle Pitts, Silver Ace, is that he's on the final year of a $10.8 million deal. You're not going to want to have him eating up $11 million of your cap space when you're already struggling to accommodate all the moves that you're going to want to make of things that are necessary to be done. And so there's just really not really a fit with Kyle Pitts coming in here, I don't think. And the money thing is as much as anything as the dissuading factor, because you're certainly not going to put him on a contract extension. John says, no matter what, we screwed up drafting Jalen Carter off the field. Antics be damned. Tony Wright, I did hear Stafford to the New York Giants and the Rams sign Aaron Rodgers. That'd be hilarious, Tony. And I don't know what the Rams are doing by doing that, other than that they just don't want to spend the money on Stafford for a new contract extension, which, okay, I guess. But you talk about a move that I think that they'll come back to regret majorly. I think that that's one that they will definitely come back to regret, Tony. And the Giants here's the thing with this. The Giants might just throw them. I'm talking about Godfather offer for Burrow. Who's to say the Giants don't throw a Godfather offer to the Rams? I mean, if the Rams get a first round pick back, and what are the Giants picking? Like 4th overall or something? You get the 4th overall pick back for Stafford after you flipped him for Goff a couple years ago in a late first round pick. I mean, probably kind of hard for the Rams' perspective to turn that down unless they really do believe that they're a Super Bowl contending team next year, which I'm not so sure that they believe that. Can Pitts block? No, he's not a blocker. He's still cold as F, says Silver. He's a fun tight end, man. He's very talented. and I like him. Part of this too, though, Silver Ace, is that you got such a great class of tight ends, man. There's so many good tight ends in this draft that going out there trading for a guy at $10 million, give up draft capital. I think the better route here is you can find some good guys in this draft. Thrill says, I think Stafford would retire than play New York. That's just death. Depends on what the motivation is for him. Right now, we know the motivation for Stafford is money. He wants a new contract. If the New York Giants are willing to give him that new contract and give him that money, then if that's what satiates him and that's what he wants, maybe that's enough. Thrill, I'll say 100% believe the Colts will take Warren before us. Anthony Richardson needs a tight end. I could see it. Very possible. Nick says, I can't wait to see Bowers' production after they hired Pete. That's why we call him Nick. Our nickname for Bowers is Block Bowers on the channel now. Woodwire, AJ Barner was nice this year, but the tight ends have definitely been underutilized the last few years. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, Silver Ace, we're going to draft a tight end. In fact, I think Silver Ace, we probably draft potentially 2 of them. It's such a good class. Yeah, Nick, there's a lot of good tight ends in this class. A lot of good tight ends. You mentioned Colston and Warren, but Mason Taylor's right there from LSU, had a hell of a Senior Bowl. Harold Fannin Jr. is really fun, really unique. Guy could probably play some fullback snaps for you. Hell of a blocker. Gunnar Helm, pure H back out of Texas, is great. Jackson Hawes, awesome blocker. Elijah Arojo and Oronde Gadsden both got that kind of like, you want a Pitts type like, there you go. A tweener type, there you go. Terrius Ferguson, Jake Brittingstool, functional guys you can get in the 5th round. Caden Prescott, old school looking tight end, plays like an old school tight end, contact, contested catch guy. Tough. There's a lot of good ones. A lot of good ones. So I was hoping to see Cody White tight end last year. Dude's an absolute monster. He's kind of more of an outside guy, though. Nick says there's no way Stafford goes for number 3, maybe 33 or whatever the picks is in the second. We'll see on that, man. We'll see. Maybe it could be too, Nick, where they do Stafford and the Rams 1st round pick to the Giants for the number 3. Could be something like that, or you offset it with some of the, 2nd, 3rd round picks kind of back and forth on it to make it work, to kind of to push it all off. But we'll see. I'd love to see him moved. I'll say that. Nick says, I thought the one with Laporta was good. That was a good draft. That was another good one. Yeah. You had Laporta. You had the kid with the Green Bay Packers went that year. This one is better than that one, though. I've got 3 second-round graded tight ends. I've got 2 third-round graded tight ends. I've got 4 fourth-round graded tight ends. I'm typically in a lot of these drafts in recent years, I'll have like 3 guys in the top 4 rounds. It's been pretty lean in recent years. Nick says, I've been saying it. If we want a receiving tight end option, just get Gadsden day 3. There it is. Yeah. Boom. And that's a perfectly fine way to go. That's where I think like you could double dip in this draft. I mean, my scenario was, here was my, here was the mock draft. And again, not the mock draft I want to run, but this was the mock draft that I had John running in regards to this upcoming draft with the offseason that I had us running through. And so you can see on this very draft I had us running through, I had us taking Jackson Hawes in the 4th round. And then you come back and take Gadsden in the 6th round. And then that you pair that with Barner. And now you've gotten a little bit cheaper at your tight end position, but you're really well suited there from a talent standpoint. You can get the job done there. And I could see them kind of go in that direction. Silver Ace Brandon, do we have depth in the safety position? Not a lot. Some of it depends on if you're going to release Rayshon Jenkins or not. If Jenkins is released, then him and Kayvon Wallace are 2 free agents that are gone. That's going to then just leave you, if I'm not mistaken, with Julian Love, Ty Akata, Kobe Bryant, and then Jarek Reed. So you probably could stand to improve the depth, especially understanding that Kobe Bryant's going to be a free agent after this year, and then you're going to have a decision to make after this year on Julian Love when he moves into year 3 of his contract, because that's when he starts to get a little bit expensive. Jason says, true, White's more of an outside guy, but he sure flashed in the minimal opportunities he had. I'd like to see a bit more of him. I wouldn't mind either, Jason. Yeah, he took that opportunity and ran with it last year. And guy maybe that's interesting and in the mix here as we head into training camp. Nick says, did Pete draft a corner at 6? Laughing out loud. I think Pete takes Ashton Genty at number 6. I think Pete's all day, every day. Genty, number 6. I think they've already made the pick. The card's already into the commish right now from the Raiders' perspective. O'Dwyer, I'm definitely leaning towards cutting Fant, saving $9 million in cap space and drafting a tight end in the first few rounds. I think it's the straightforward way to go here, Dwyer. Money can be spent in better places. I mean that's Drew Dahlman's cap hit in the first year of his cap hit. Would you rather have Noah Fant or Drew Dahlman? And you just look at how good the tight ends are in this class. Why not? You're not going to lose that much going off of Fant. It's not like he's ever really realized his first round of potential. He gives you about 400 to 500 yards receiving a year. You can duplicate that in other places without having to spend $9 million to get there. Ricky says Gino and DK restructuring coming and will prove that the head coach and OC are all in for this year. McDonald will have full control of this team real soon as his moves and beliefs are contradicting of a general manager. Interesting take, Ricky. I like it. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. Cat's getting feisty. I'll be right back. One sec. Dune Moose, what value of extension are we looking at with Dixon? And is the punting position something we can change drafting for a lesser rookie contract? I don't think you would look to draft to a lesser rookie contract. I think Dixon's had one of the best starts to a career punter that you could ever ask for, Dune Moose. I think he's realizing exactly what you hoped he could be when you drafted him. I think he's going to sign a 4-year, $15 million deal, would be about what his extension would be. The way that would work, Dune Moose, is he's got 1 more year left of his deal. You sign Michael to a new contract extension with the bonus money that'll be on the new deal. It'll all be about the same cost of what he costs on the cap this year on a new extension. So you're just kind of keeping him in about the same place moving into 2025, though you are giving him the new deal. But I don't think that you would look to draft a guy on that. I don't think he's become that significantly expensive. He says, I'm definitely in favor of not re-signing Gino. No shade. He's been serviceable, but drafting one of the non-first round quarterbacks would be great. I think this class is super deep. Quarterback as good as Nick's or better. I think there's a lot of people in that same road, Huey, that are willing and would like to take that same approach. You know, a lot of this fan base are in that same place of things. And I can get it. As I said, if I'd run this thing at the start of this offseason and beginning this off, I don't know if I would have gone down the direction of, we're re-signing this guy, re-signing that guy. I think I would have been more to take a bit of a step back to get this to 2 steps forward by 26 and 27. Nick says, I just worry that McDonald's going to go down with the ship with Gino at the helm. Oh, it would suck to see his whole future tied into Gino on this. I hope it's not necessarily the way that it goes on that. It's possible, though. Jason, Dixon put on a master class in punting. I can't remember which game it was, but I watched a breakdown on it, and Dixon was the reason we won that game. I'll go back and watch and see which game. Yeah, that sounds right. I can't remember which one as well, but that does sound right. Randy, Byron Murphy, and Big Cat are a main rotation at 3 tech. Who would you like to see the Seahawks draft as a nose tackle and a 5 technique? Well, nose tackle, there's plenty of guys that fit in a variety of different rounds. So Jordan Phillips, Nazir Stackhouse, Black Ya'a, those guys would all be interesting kind of nose tackles. Tyleek Williams, Ohio State, could be an interesting nose tackle in there. I don't have a preference of one guy over the other, to be honest with you. I mean, I like Kenneth Grant would obviously be, the best and ideal and all that good stuff. The 5 techniques, just you need a power edge. You can get that in a variety of different places in this draft, I think. There's a couple guys who could make some sense there. So, look at my name here. Jack Sawyer could probably serve that role. Shamar Stewart could serve that role. Nick Skirton could serve that role. Jordan Birch might be able to do a little bit of that stuff out of Oregon. Kind of a variety of guys. I wouldn't look to probably free agency for the big 5 tech at that point. Probably more the draft. Throughout, Brandon, is it a pretty low chance that we could get and sign Javon Holland or DJ Reed if we cut Reek? Yeah, I think DJ Reed's going to make too much on the open market. We're not going to want to compete with the services of teams out there willing to give him that kind of money. He's going to make a good amount. Holland, I don't think there's a way you make that move either. I don't think the team wants to spend money both on Javon Holland and Julian Love at the safety position and get themselves back in the same predicament that they were in with Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs. So I don't think either of those two guys would be on our radar. Holland did play in this kind of defense last year, so he does have familiarity with it. But I think Reed goes somewhere and probably becomes one of the higher paid corners on the market this offseason. Tony says, agreed. I see the Raiders taking running back Ashton Genty, either 6 or trading down a little bit to 9. Maybe because Dallas at 12 also wants Genty. I think that, yeah, Dallas is definitely the ceiling for as far as he'll fall. The Raiders may also try to sign free agent quarterback Russell Wilson. Yeah, Tony, I think they've got a 3 priority point on this, Tony. I think the first thing that they try to do is make a run at Sam Darnold. If they can't get the Sam Darnold deal done, then I think that they try to make a trade for a Geno if there's no extension done here with him. And if that doesn't work, I think the third pivot point would probably be then maybe to Russell Wilson. But I don't think that that's a high pry for Carroll necessarily. You mad, bro? Hawks Nest. I don't know if you covered this already, but what are your thoughts with the Hawks restructuring Leo's contract? Is it something big on the horizon? Thanks for all the great analysis. Well, thank you, you mad, bro. I appreciate that. I don't know that it means that there's a big move on the horizon as far as some big trade or big major movement. That the team was going to, if the team's intention was in 2025, they wanted to contend, you mad, bro, they were going to have to make some moves, pull some levers, push some buttons. It wasn't just going to be happening by them going through their normal order of business. And so there's a lot of guys that need to be cut to create cap space on top of this, because you have things that you need to go address if the hope is to truly, again, it's really what's the driver, you mad, bro? Stay in the pocket of your process, year in and year out, trust your process, and eventually it will culminate. Or, hey, things haven't been going exactly fully right here in the recent years. We can't get over this hump. How do we get over this hump? We got to push this down much harder than we have. And I think that the team would seem to indicate, you mad, bro, with the move of Leonard Williams, that they're looking to push that down hard. That they could have just run with Leonard's deal, pulled the other levers that they have to pull. And here are those other levers. I'll show them to you right here. So you could have just gone with Draymond Jones, Tyler Lockett, Noah Fant, George Fant, Roy Robertson Harris, Rayshon Jenkins, cut those guys out, clear $62 million off the cap, and then roll and do your normal order of business. The fact that you threw the Leonard Williams deal on top of it, you created $14 million more of space, indicates to me that the team wants to be aggressive this offseason, you mad, bro. Don't think it means it moves on the horizon, but it does mean that they're being aggressive. It does mean that there's not a one-step back approach for 2 steps forward. It means that they do feel that they are able to push this thing to a contending state. Silver Ace says, Michael Dixon literally got back spasms from carrying us so hard. And maybe just want to do a quick in outro 3 hours later. I know, man. Ricky, what's the main reason you think this team can't contend this season? General manager, quarterback, roster, O-line, no true vocal leader like we had in Wagner, ownership, or is it collectively laughing out loud? I think that the team is very reactive, and I think beyond all that, it's more big picture stuff to me, Ricky. And the issues come down to this. The team is very reactive year by year. And that it's sort of, you're always kind of putting a Band-Aid over the newest cut of the moment. And the team doesn't operate with a lot of foresight in their approach. And they do a lot of moves to pull from tomorrow for today because they think they're so close. And then you combine this with the fact that the past 10 years, they've made the mistake of thinking that they're a contending team when they were not close to being a contending team in any of the prior 10 years. So, it's that's mainly my issue here, is that they keep misidentifying themselves, and then they keep making moves which only then hurt them for tomorrow, essentially keeping themselves in the same bucket. They can't get themselves out of the same bucket because they keep making choices to further hold themselves in that bucket. So it's more of that I think is the issue here, Ricky. I think when you're constantly reacting to everything that's happening in the now, when you don't have a vision and an approach, when you're not patient in how you build things, that this is what this leads to. And it doesn't lead me to believing that the team can I think the teams that get to contending do those things down the line, and they do all of those things. I don't think that we do kind of any of those things. And that just makes me a little reticent to believe the team can quite get there that quick. Weston Baylor, Hawks Nest, did you check out Tyler Shock yet? Dude's a sleeper, not perfect, but worth a shot. I did take a look at Tyler Shock. I liked him as well. I do have him as a 5th round guy, pocket passer, excellent base, quick delivery. He's a true slinger. I wouldn't call him a gunslinger, but he kind of slings the ball in his motion. It's kind of almost got that little Aaron Rodgers-esque thing without the 2 feet coming off the ground. But I really like how his bottom half talks to his upper half, really aids him in keeping his velocity with a quick delivery and helping ball placement. He finishes his throws with ideal touch, very comfortable rolling to his left, surprisingly also rolling to his right. It's got a nice effective little sidearm delivery when he's kind of rolling that way. Good pliability. He's not upwardly mobile. The arm strength is maybe just a little bit above average for a prospect, but no further, and maybe a little bit below that. He is an older quarterback prospect, already 25 years old. He's been to 3 different colleges, and he only really does have 1 true year of starting experience. But he's got some fun arm action, and could be a guy worth taking a look at there in that kind of 5th round area. Dude, I'd be upset if Woolen had a successful season full of effort somewhere else. Selfishly, I hope he's as much of an underwhelming acquisition to someone else as he's been for us. Well, I think you be happy about that. I think that is the case. I think he would be giving them much of the same. Ricky says, I agree. I think John knows he's gone, and the problems with the team is a true reflection of the GM's competitiveness. I think I know what you were trying to say there, Ricky. Yeah, it could be. I think that the NFL organizations and teams have to sometimes take a big breath. You're caught up in the moment. You're rampaging. You're being hyper aggressive. You're competing with everyone around you. You're trying to get this advantage, do this here and do that there, and just go. You sometimes need to just take a step back and go, look, do we have a vision for what we're doing here? Or are we just reacting? And teams that react are teams that are just, to me, that's why you get stuck in purgatory. I mean, why teams like New Orleans and Cowboys get stuck in purgatory is that they misidentify themselves. They think they're better than they are. They think their talent's better than they are. And they end up doing a lot of things to cause themselves problem into the future because of that initial broken belief. And John Schneider over the past 10 years, the biggest problem John's had, it's not been the offensive line. That's been a problem. It's been one of the big issues. But the biggest issue for John Schneider for 10 straight years, and I've said this, and nobody's pushed back on this because nobody can push back on this. This is irrefutable. I can go year by year and look at quote after quote from Coach Carroll and Schneider every single year 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Every year these guys are telling you, no, we're contending this year. We're here to contend this year. You weren't close to a contender for 10 years. So if they've improperly identified themselves for a 10 straight year period, how is it they properly identify themselves for the 11th of those years? Does it magically just happen? Is it McDonald's presence is enough to override it? Maybe. But I think you can understand why I have some reticence in my outlook of the team on that, being that this has been a common mistake you have made every single year without exception. You have not been a contender in 10 years. Have you gotten in the playoffs? Yes. You've gotten in the playoffs in 10 years a couple of times. Have you gotten a playoff win or two? Yeah, you've gotten 2 playoff wins in 10 years. You've not been a contender, though. The 2 playoff wins that you got were in the first round, and they were barely had. So it is a bit of where I find myself landing on this a bit with Ricky, and that this has been the issue at the forefront for us. And it's not going away until you fix it. I'm you, Romans, if you declare with your mouth, Lord, blah, 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 blah. Fair enough, I'm you. Michael, what's your opinion of Dart? I like Jackson Dart, Michael. We had Randall earlier said he had him as a Dak Prescott. I think that's a fair kind of comp for him, Michael. Tough player. Really good production out there at Ole Miss. I don't want to take him in the first round, though, Michael. I see him as more of a third round guy, and I think he's going to at least be taken in the second round at this point. Ricky says, sorry, I meant to say incompetence. I know what you were saying on. I couldn't pronounce it, but I knew what you were meaning on that. That's fair. He said Littlefinger's incompetence has hamstrung the Seahawks for a decade now. Lions, Eagles, 49ers, Rams were built around having great offensive lines. John Schneider doesn't believe in the value of the position. Very fair. Very fair. Nick says everyone in the league holds John Schneider in high regards. He's probably safe till the new owner. Probably. Yep. I would imagine so as well. Real Cheese, thank you for the $5 donation. How long do you think Kubiak will be here? Is enough time to build a great team and make a meaningful run? Yeah. It's a good problem to have if he goes out there and he's awesome and does great work and goes and gets a head coaching job. It means you had a hell of an offensive season. Probably means that you had a hell of a team because the defense is going to hold up their end. If Kubiak's done something to go and earn a head coaching role, then you're definitely contending that year, I would say. So it's a good thing to be had if it's a problem that does present itself. If you have a coach that makes the right hire once, he can make the right hire again. And while Grubb wasn't the right hire at the time last year, there was an easy explanation for that being that you were so late in hiring Mike Macdonald that there were so few offensive coordinators left on the market to go get. This year, when you had all of the offensive coordinators on the market to look through and to pick the best one, you made the right choice and the best choice. So in grabbing Kubiak once before Real Cheese and successfully landing that one, and that one being a success for you, I think that would do nothing but embolden me to believe that, again, moving into the future, if you were to lose him, that you could go find another offensive coordinator that could work here, that your process is right, that you'll be exhaustive in your approach, and that will met out the best results for you for that OC if he does move on. But it's a good thing to have happen if it did happen. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate you for that. Angry Day B, trade idea. Burrow to the Raiders? No, I don't think Burrow goes to the Raiders. I don't see that happening. He would probably push back on that one. Maybe. Manuel says, is it on purpose that the effect that you use to highlight players in your video is blinking next to you in the stream? No. Thank you for letting me know that. I clicked something. Thank you, Manuel. One of my things, I had a graphic I was clicking there. I didn't even notice. My bad. Thank you, Manuel. New Master, what's up, man? Brando. Michael says, perhaps we trade down in the second round, pick an extra third or a second next year and take Dart late. Possibly. I think you're going to have to take him in the second round to get him, Michael. I don't think he lasts to our pick in the third round if they are going to grab him there. That's a way to do it. So over here, Brandon, we get an older OC once Kubiak becomes a OC since we need someone to stay for a while? I don't know if that would be a real driver for McDonald. I think you just want to get the best guy. And I think that's the best approach is that a head coach, I don't want to be anticipating, I don't want to sign a lesser offensive coordinator because I'm more sure he'll stay there longer than the better offensive coordinator who might leave. I think it's a good thing to have happen. Weston Hawksnest, can you catch me up on the potential sale of the team? Where are we with that? What's the timeline and is it likely? Thanks. The sale of the team's not going to come down anytime soon, I would say, Weston. It's fluid. It's something that can change moment by moment. I think that there's two parts that make this kind of hard to see happen in the near future. Number one is the profit margin. These NFL teams reportedly make a couple $100 million of profit every single year. It's hard to walk away from that. You know, the thing with owning sports teams used to be, well, you might not make your profit every year, but eventually when you sell the team, you'll sell the team for 10 or 15 or 20 times more than what you bought the team for. So you got the extra couple $100 million coming in that way, Weston. And the other part that's the even more important part, I think, from Jody Allen's perspective on this is that every year you own an NFL football team, there is a general increase in value that's probably equal to that couple $100 million. So every year it's probably a couple $100 million more that your team is then worth. And if she waits 5 years, that's, if it's $200 million a year and you wait 5 years to sell the team, that's another extra, $1 billion? Something like that you're getting back for that sale. So the whole thing with the Paul G. Allen Trust, Weston, is that she has to sell the team. She has to liquidate the assets in the Paul G. Allen Trust, but that it is her timeline that determines when those assets get sold. And Jody can stretch this out as long as she wants. There is no officiating functionality to come in and say this needs to be done right now. And so she's kind of able to drive this, and I just don't get any indications that she's driven anytime soon to want to sell. And in fact, we've got indications that she wants to, buy the team when it is for sale. She wants to be part of the co-owners. So all the more reason that she'd wait to try to sell so she can keep stacking up those ducats to be able to then buy back into the team. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, is free agency more for need and early draft more for best player available? Yeah. It depends on the team, Dogzilla. There's definitely teams that are more driven to draft and need in the draft than others. But I think, let me just add on top of that, I would just say smart organizations. Smart organizations want to supplement through the free agency, and supplement is to go and get those needs on that team. I think the other smart thing that Schneider does do in his draft and his free agents, I don't always like it in how he spends his money, but I at least appreciate it that it sets the stage for him to then draft from a value-based standpoint in the draft, is that he tends to take care of all of his holes prior to walking the draft so he can truly just take the best guys on his board. But the best drafts are run with BPA. Who's the best player you have on your board, especially in the draft? You can reach a little for need, and John has said he reaches a little for need later in the draft. But early in the draft, you want to be in that BPA pocket. And free agency is supplemental, but it's going to definitely be need is another way to kind of say that too as well, Dogzilla. Thanks for the donation. Steven says, lights out from Michigan. Good show, Brandon. Thank you, Steven. Go Hawks, bro. Nick says, not to mention the value of the team probably goes up and up. Yeah, that's that thing I say. So you got the $200 million, just hard-nosed money you put in your pocket and profit. And then, you're probably gaining a couple $100 million as far as asset valuation on the team every year. In addition to that. Ricky, were the rumors true that Pete and John used to bump heads a lot? I could see McDonald and John bumping heads if they haven't already. Apparently, head coach wanted Grubbs gone by the bye week. It's possible there. And I don't know. I haven't heard anything as much on the friction with John and Pete. I could see that being the case, and it's always hard when you have a coach that's got basically more power to wield than the general manager does, and that does make it harder to do your job as general manager. That's for sure. But I don't know on that, to be sure with you. I'm not too sure on either of those two accounts. All right, well, we're almost 4 hours on in today, so we will put a bit of a button on this. Want to thank sponsor of the show, Underdog Fantasy. I know we're through football right now, but you can still get on basketball with Underdog Fantasy. Use my code today, NEST, and they will sponsor you 2 for $1, $100 down, $50 back, $200 down, $100 back, all the way up to $2,000 down as an initial deposit. They will give you $1,000 back when you use the code NEST. Get in on basketball. Baseball's about to start up. Pair them together, parlay them together. They give you some free picks over there on Underdog Fantasy. Go over there, win yourself some money. Sponsor the show at the very same time. That ain't too bad. Maybe you want to get some baseball fantasy. Go head-to-head with somebody else out there. You can do that today. Thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show for the last couple of years as they have on that side of it. And thank you guys for using the code. There are some limitations in Washington that do apply, but if you are in a casino in the state of Washington, you can use the app free, full, all the way through on their network. Silver Ace says, bye, Brandon, manifesting the Joe Burrow trade. I hope it happens, man. I would love to see it. And I certainly I'd love to see it from Burrow's standpoint. I'd love to see it from where the discussion would go with this team. And the team could kind of, I think, use a bit of a jolt in this way, where there is a sense from the fan base of a little bit of a malaise that's taken hold a bit. And I'd love to see that shaken out of it. And a move like this would definitely fire a shot of electricity through the city. But it'll be hard. It'll be hard, I'm sure, to get this kind of thing done. You got Cincinnati willing to make the move. Are you willing to outgive what other teams would be willing to give? It'd be hard. But hopefully the team would be in on it if it was presented itself, if it did show up. Ricky says, Kubiak seems like a very chill guy. I keep hearing that he can't stop raving about Geno. He was very, very effusive in his praise of Geno Smith. And that was cool to see. And certainly a guy that I think can very much appreciate having a veteran guy like this on the roster that, he's not going to have to teach him the basics. This guy will know the basics and they can get right to the advanced stuff. Hopefully. That's what you would think would be the scenario. You guys liking my thumbnails? Thank you, man. I thought you guys would make you laugh. If I can make you guys laugh with my thumbnail, I'm going to try to come up with one that can make you guys laugh. So I kind of reuse this one in some way or another every year a little bit. A silver team, which teams would go for Burrow? I think 2 teams in our division, being the Rams and the 49ers, could definitely make a run at him. I think the Raiders would definitely come calling. Giants would become calling. That might be about it. Jets would be calling. You have about 10 teams out there. We'll be trying to make it happen. Slip one, big ups for still being live. Gonna look for my drive home. Snowing up here in Quilescent. Well, drive slow, drive carefully up there in that snow. It gets a little wild out there in the Pacific Northwest when you guys get a little bit of snow. So be careful. Throughout, could Sharps end up being a fullback for K9? Yeah. I think you could definitely at the very least use them in selective looks in that way. Multiple man backfield is something that Clint Kubiak does employ. I think the team is going to try to find some kind of fullback guy though, and not having Sharps have to run that way. I think that's you run that if you just can't find somebody out there that's workable. So it'd be a smattering of snaps, I guess is what I'm saying. Jason says the way Brandon interacts with all the chats, not just super chats, is awesome. It's much appreciated. Well, thank you, man. I love doing it. You guys always make me laugh and get me thinking, and you always add more on to what I've already thought about this situation. It rounds out my perspective on these things in a way that I really do think has a lot of value. I'm learning along with you guys on this. We're all kind of learning in this together as we go through this process, and the more you know, the more you can speak on, and you guys really do provide that on your side of it. And I always say it, but it is every time I go live, it is always the truth where I can count on you guys to bring the goods, bring the heat, have some discussion points that I haven't considered to talk over and discuss. And that's why I love doing what I get to do here, man. I do 4 hours and blink my eyes and it just goes back in a flash. In a flash. Silver Ray says, so basically the NFC West is trying to get Burrow. I think we can pull it off. Yeah, you're going to get everybody. I mean, you may even see the Cardinals trying to do this because the Cardinals have flirted with the possibility of maybe moving on to Kyler Murray. Go move Kyler Murray, get some draft capital back from him, pair all that draft capital together, go make a run at Joe Burrow. One of the higher picks in the division to go make that happen. Yeah. And again, because that contractual situation with Burrow being that you're not going to have to sign him to a new contract extension, even a team like the Niners that are in sort of a tough cap situation could still move this deal because all of those option bonuses mean that you can keep the cap hit down relatively low. So, maybe all of the teams in the NFC West could be competing against each other. It is possible. And yeah, Slovey one, I think Sharp's got a good chance of being RB1 next year. I think you work Walker in as kind of a weapon and a piece. Thrillhouse Brando, do you think it's going to come back to hurt Hawks by praising Geno as our guy before contract negotiations? And then what if we draft someone after saying that? Well, I think that Geno at his age has to understand that the team's going to pick guys behind him to develop. I think any quarterback at their age that gets pissy about that or upset about that is being unrealistic. And if you're going to spend that kind of money on Geno that he's going to command, be it $38 or $40 million, that the team has to go then cheap with a backup rookie quarterback behind you. That's kind of the lay of the land on this kind of stuff because you have to offset that front end cost of the QB1 to make the load balance work a little bit better. So I don't think that Geno would have a problem with them drafting a quarterback. As far as it impacting negotiations, I don't think that it really impact negotiations. I think that if the team was intending to trade Geno Smith, they would talk about him and say the exact same things that they've said up until this point. It may be true in what they're saying, and it may be that they go this direction and it is about Geno, but to my point on this, they would do the exact same discussion. They would bring up the exact same points if the intention was to move him, because you don't want to diminish his value, right? You wouldn't want McDonald to come out in his press conference here after the season and be like, I mean, Geno's all right. I mean, he's okay. I mean, we'll roll with him if that's what we got to do. What's that going to do? What is that going to get you? Is that going to drum up interest from you out there in the landscape of NFL teams? Versus saying, no, he's our guy. We couldn't think of going with anywhere else. He's awesome. We love him. This is our guy. I mean, that if I'm a coach in that position, and even if I want to move that guy, I'm going to speak about him in those terms because I'm going to want the market to try to drive for him in that way. And I'm not going to want to certainly hinder his value. Phoebe, have you read John Boyle's Senior Bowl article yet? I haven't. I'll try to check it out, Phoebe. Nick says, I seen Florio saying Geno has all the cards because we keep praising him so hard. Florio's outlook on things is not always the most intelligent, Nick. And Geno does not hold the cards here, unfortunately. He's under contract for another year. Seahawks control the leverage here. And so, Geno can push a little bit of power on this, a little bit, but he's not in a position to sit here and basically have a blank check written for him because we're over the barrel with him. We're not over the barrel at all in this. If he was moving to be a free agent, then maybe Florio's words would have a little bit more something to them, but he's not due to be. You have another year. I'm not expecting the team to hold him under a contract, but contract negotiations are specifically about leverage. Who's got the leverage, who doesn't? And right now, the Seattle team has the leverage over Geno, not vice versa. Carter seems like the viable trade partners with Cincy for Burrow are teams who can give back a solid quarterback at minimum. Kind of depends on how much Cincinnati is leaning into doing a rebuild, Ricky. Because if they're going to rebuild, they're going to probably just draft a guy at that point. And they're not really as worried about next year. I mean, hell, it could be about, at that point, Ricky, them doing kind of a subtle tank for one of the quarterbacks next year. Where they're like, yeah, whatever this year, what quarterback we get, just, whoever we're going to get through this year. Because in this scenario of moving Burrow, you're going to lose Burrow, Hendrickson, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, BJ Hill, and Jermaine Pratt all in one off season. If that happens, you're probably not trying to count on being particularly good in 2025. Brian says, back and Brandog still kicking it. Let's go, man. Silver Ace, I think we have more trade value compared to other teams. Maybe the AFC might have better picks, but why would Cincy send Burrow to the AFC? Good point. Good point. And I think that we could give a very unusual package that we could put together, Silver Ace, where we can give you draft capital, and then we have some players that we would be willing to be parting with that could be interesting returns, I think, from Cincinnati. I mean, they get back a guy, Kenneth Walker's much better than what they have at the running back position right now. They get back a guy like Derek Hall that's much better than what they have out there as far as their other edge players go. And then you're throwing them the picks in addition to that. I think that that's where you can start to maybe separate yourself from some of the other teams out there that can maybe only offer the draft picks. Nick says coaches aren't going to crap on their players normally. I know all these talking heads say the wildest S. They do. They do. And that's the thing with it. I reference this too, where it's like people have referenced this thing with McDonald, and it's like, well, this means that they're definitely in on Geno. It's like I'm trying to say, it's like, look, Carroll's told us 2 days prior to Russell Wilson being moved that Russell Wilson was not going to be traded. If you're looking for any indication about them willing to lie and double speak and it's a cloak and dagger game, there you go. Slovey One, did you see the article from Seattle Sports saying that we shouldn't push for Garrett? I didn't, but it makes some sense. There's a lot that needs to get done, and an elite edge is not at the head of the stack as far as your needs go this offseason. Does nothing to help out your offensive line. You're going to have to pay him $35 million a year. I can understand that. What are you thinking about the positional coaches, assistants so far? Janico seems like a guy who really knows what he's doing. Yeah, I like the offensive line coach. I don't know a lot about these other guys too much. I'll kind of admit alphas. My coach knowledge is not as good as my player knowledge is in my depth of it. But I like the offensive line coach. Has got a lot of history of doing this, and he's had a lot of success in doing it. That encourages me. What percentage would it be if Reek hit stick? A Reek hit stick? What do you mean by that? Feed me. Dude, Geno is very fortunate for the last 3 years of being QB1. A guy at his age to get a shot after 8 seasons doesn't happen much. He's acting a little more than he's worth. Solid, but not a superstar. Yeah, I'm in that place too, dude. It's where I don't want to go overboard on this contract. I'm hesitant to even want to do this extension in the first place, much less go and be giving him some incredible amount of money. That makes me nervous. Makes me really nervous. But see what the team does. We're going to learn, I think, here in the next probably week and a half, 2 weeks, what they're doing with Geno. We'll find out if there's an extension or not at that point. But it's the beginning decision, I think, on this offseason before we get to anything else about what they do with him on this one. And we'll learn quickly. First domino will drop, and that will definitely inform us very, very, very concretely about what the next moves are going to be made on the other side of it at that point, dude, for sure. Weston, Hawks Nest, think the Raiders could try and grab Reek from us. His best year was his rookie year, the last true Carroll 3 defensive year. What do you think they'd offer? Yeah, I think it's a possibility that they would give, they'd be looking at Reek. I think that's definitely a cornerback that Carroll would like a lot. I mean, it's his perfect model of cornerback, 6'3" guy that's really fast and long. I mean, that's just what he wants. They have a need there for outside cornerbacks as well in addition to this. I think that the best you could hope to get would be a 3rd round pick. I could also seeing it just being a 4th round pick in returns on the other side though too. I'm not quite sure what Reek's value would be out there on the open market. So somewhere between a 3rd and a 4th. 3rd would be as high as you're going to get, especially that low Raider 3rd round pick. So Ray Speed, do you think Mike Mack is starting to change John Schneider? I don't know if he's changing him. I think there's some influence there maybe. I think having a younger new voice in there after years of Carroll is definitely helping and changing a little bit of the outlook from Schneider's perspective of things. I think John's also very good at working with his head coaches. I think by necessity with what he had to do with Carroll and being that Carroll had more power than him, you had to work with this guy. You're not a dictator. You don't just get to tell him what time of day it is. And that, I think, forced John to have to really understand that this is going to be a relationship between us and that's going to be able to help to carry through here with Mike. Alpha, next offseason is going to be huge. JSN, Spoon, both up for extensions. True. You got a load of money to spend, though, too, Alpha. And you'll be able to really drop down their first year cap hit. I mean, what percentage on if Reek rocks a defender in his career? I don't know if that cleared it up for me. What percentage on if Reek rocks a defender in his career? I don't think we're gonna ever see Breek hit anybody hard. I think he'd pull up a little bit if he was in a position to do that. That'd be my guess. Hawks, I have you. Thank you for reminding me of that. Guys, as you do head out the door today, do me that favor if you could and just hit that like button if you could. Sean Fryer, I want to thank you for subbing on up to the channel. Appreciate you for doing that. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. But folks, do if you could for me, hit that like button. Does help out the channel tremendously when you do it. I appreciate it. He meant receiver. Yeah. I don't think Breek's lighting up any receiver. I don't think I can see it. Orthodox Russ, they could trade Geno, sign Cousins for $1 million after Atlanta cuts him, and get the same production, draft a quarterback this year and next. That's true. You do have the Cousins contract thing, which is going to make it interesting with him, where he essentially is going to be on a vet minimum deal because Atlanta's going to be paying him all next year. So you sign him for like $2 million. I will say that I think Cousins, from a mobility standpoint, is a big downgrade from Geno. And that's the part what might get a little bit hard, especially if you don't have the line in place in front of Kirk. But he's got the familiarity with Kirk, Clint Kubiak too. It's hard to explain during text. I know what you meant on that. You decleat one of those guys. I just don't think I can see him. Thrill House, Brando, can you actually get the psychic costume and crystal ball for your next draft? I should. I'll try to see if I can find something. Weston, Hawks Nest, I'd love your take on this. Lockett or Baldwin? If I'm going into a football game and I've got to have one or the other in their prime, I would take Baldwin. I like Lockett, but Baldwin was, to me, he could play outside, he could play inside. He gives me some run after the catch. He gives me a really big catch radius. I prefer Baldwin. Silver Ace B, just a silly thought, but do you think Justin Fields can sit behind Geno for his extension if we don't get Burrow? No, I don't, because you're going to be paying the money you're going to be paying to Geno, and you're not going to have extra money to then be paying a backup quarterback significant money. I think that Justin Fields is going to make between $10 and $17 million on a one-year contract somewhere. And so you're not going to have the money to give him, even if it was at $8 or $9 million, Silver Ace. You're already then paying Geno $38 to $40 million. You're not going to have the money to give him another $8 or $9 or $10 million on top of that. So he'll have to go somewhere else on that one. I think he signed somewhere on a one-year $9-10 million deal kind of thing. Alpha, I don't think Kirk Cousins is going to give us this name production that Geno gave us. I don't think he would either, no. But he would be a lot cheaper. That point is absolutely true. So does he give you 90 production? Then does he give you 90% of his production at what would essentially be 4% of the cost? Something like that. Angry, getting a bunch of Papa Murphy's ads on my YouTube. Like, I like you guys, but stop. Weston, me too. Doug was a dog. He was a dog. He just was. And Lockett's had a longer career, and I don't want to take away from Lockett and what he's done, but Doug was tremendous. And in a run-first offense, not always featured at a high rate. I miss Doug's mentality too, man. The guy was driven. And he was clutch through a house. You're right. Clutch on top of it. Thrill House, Hawks Nest, do you think there is any truth to Khalil Mack rumors to Seattle? Some Sports Illustrated guy was saying that, but everyone says stuff. I would have a hard time seeing it go down, Thrill House. You have Uchenna on the roster, so if you're bringing in Khalil Mack, is it to take over Derek Hall? And I mean, that would mean to me, if you're looking to get Mack, you're looking to move a Derek Hall. It doesn't make sense to have a Derek Hall, Uchenna Nwosu, Khalil Mack, all four of those guys on the roster at once. I don't quite see that. And the cost would be so much where I just don't think you could afford it. You're giving the money to Uchenna, unless you're looking to cut Uchenna and then basically flip Uchenna out for Khalil Mack. Then it could make some sense. We'll just take the money we're going to give him and give it to Khalil, and Khalil's a better player. I could maybe see something like that going that way. He's dropped plenty of donos, hand grenade. He's done plenty of good work. Lockett does have one of the deadlier double moves, man. That's true, Rand. Silver Race Brendan, did you see that Brendan drafted Jaden Higgins to replace Lockett since he said he was great fundamentals? Yeah, Higgins makes some sense. He's a good Z receiver. Not a lot of flashiness to him, but had a good Senior Bowl. Very capable, steady number 2 kind of guy. Alpha, do you think Babu moves inside to right guard or left guard? I think he suits right better, but maybe he has a ceiling at left also. I think he's more right tackle. Alpha, I think that he can slide inside. I think he can start either place. That's the part of his value, is that he can do either. Is he probably better at one or the other? Yeah, hard to say on that either one, but I think that he can be a starter in this league at either one. Throughout, remember when Lockett was running kickoffs for touchdowns? Man, how time flies. Well, hand grenade. Me, I was trying to say you didn't need to do it, man. I was trying to give you the path. Like, hand grenade don't mean to be calling you out. You've done plenty. You've done plenty, my man. But Mia's going to finish this off nonetheless with an amazing donation. I was trying to let you off the hook, man. I was trying to let you go. I was trying to be like, no, he's done enough, man. He's done enough. He's been showing the love on this channel. He's shown plenty of love on this channel. But me, you do way more than you should have to do on this channel on that side of it, man. I thank you for that monster donation of $100 on top of all of your $100 and $200 donations you've dropped here recently. And hopefully we're not clearing the piggy bank too much on you on that side of it. But I do thank you for the support on this, my man. Really very kind of you through all of this. And I can't take it back now. Laugh my ass off. Where's the refund button? I can't find. I just can't find it. I don't know. I just can't seem to locate it. Yeah, me's definitely paying Brandon's salary right now. That's for sure. That's for sure. That is for sure. But me, I really appreciate you, man. Thank you for all of your support and donations here to the channel today, and all that love you shown, man. You finished us off right here. You finished us off right here today, and I thank you for that. You definitely have done plenty of for me on that, though. I really thank you for all you've done, man. You were awesome. Awesome. And hand grenade, you got to motivate hand grenade. You got to motivate it. Alpha, do you think there's a pick that's feasible, not a 7th round or something, that would get John fired on the spot? I know this is a peak off-season talk, but it crossed my mind. No, I don't think John's on that kind of edge right now with the franchise. Not coming off 10 wins as a season, not with McDonald as successful as a head coach. John's not been perfect, but I don't think that he's that close to being pushed out the door, which if he's at that point where a pick like that could do that. I think if you made, like, for instance, the Jalen Carter pick, and the Carter pick flamed out on you completely, and that kid was a car crash. I think then that would have been something that could have gotten him nixed eventually at one point or another, which is part of why he avoided making the pick. But I don't think there's another pick that's come up that's been in that same kind of range, nor in the first round. Maybe taking a quarterback in the first round that's more like a 3rd round rated guy. Maybe that could do it if that guy flamed out. But all the less reason why to take that kind of risk at that point if you don't have to. Me says, I love this chat. Even with all the contentious subjects, go 12s. Even if we disagree. Well, I want to echo me on that. I mean, we've had a lot of contentiousness even in this chat today. And that's a lot of that is what we do see in the chat. And that's not something that I don't think that we should lean away from, and that it's something that I want to lean into here. And what I do love about it, and what I saw today in the chat, and I didn't even really get into the discussion. There was a lot of great discussion in the chat today, going back and forth on him and a couple of other variety of topics. But the thing that does stand out to me, and what you see with it, to me's point on this, is that you don't, even in the disagreement that happens and the debate that happens, is we don't see the toxicity. We don't see the name calling, ad hominem attacks, straw man attacks. We see guys going back and forth on their discussion. And if anything, kind of looking at common ground at times in the way that it does get discussed. And I love that about this place. And you guys are always in lockstep of that every time we go live in that I pointed to it. It's no small talk on my part, as to me's point on this is what, makes this channel what it can be, is that discussion is able to be lively like that without getting out of control and people freaking out and getting their emotions and it just starting to fly off the tracks. And I really appreciate that about this place. It's really cool. Silver Ace, where do you find GMs anyway? Where do they come from? Scouts? Scouts, that's mostly where most of them come from. Assistant this, assistant that, then elevate slowly on up. Hell, we have one general manager in Randy Mueller who I think was once formerly a ball boy back in the day for the Seahawks. Like he even went that low on the totem pole all the way up to the top on that side of it. So there's every which way, man. Coaches, you get some from coaches that become scouts. Me says, Holiest, my bank account is turning into a Swiss cheese. Weston, Hawks Nest, say we address offensive line enough in free agency that we can go BPA in the first 2 rounds. Weston, that would be ideal. That would be ideal. Who would you like to see us realistically get? I'd love Michael Williams, Jamari Caldwell. I've got to get Jamari was the guy I guess I was a little slow around to get around to. Weston, he's been kind of a new name in the moment. In fact, he's been mentioned about 3 times in my stream today, and guy I hadn't heard hardly mentioned at all in the past week and a half doing some of this. So I've got to look at Jamari Caldwell. Michael Williams is my second highest rated edge in this draft. So if you got him at 18, Weston, I would be very happy with that. I think you're right to look at edge as a possibility there at 18, as that just makes a lot of feasible sense because that's where the value of the board has a likelihood of drawing to. If you want to come back second round and go with a Caldwell based on what I hear where he seems like he's going to go, I think that's solid as well. And as you said in the first sentence that you posted there, the ideal would be to take care of the offensive line prior to getting in the draft so that you can both draft for BPA and then you're also not drafting young linemen that you're hoping can be ready to go day one. As we've learned, these young linemen often aren't ready to go day one, even if you draft them high. Sometimes you got to wait on these guys a little bit. And so I think that would be the ideal, Weston. It'll also help you to get your offensive line up to snuff a little bit faster and get that thing cooking a little bit quicker. Duden says, me dropping super chats before Doge shuts things down. Alpha, I think our pal me kind of kept Brandon in the game. It really seemed like he was hitting his limit with the chat. And for that, he's a Hawks Nest legend forever. Me's definitely helping me out on that. And yeah, there's definitely some struggles doing this at times in it. It's fun doing and all that, but there's a lot that goes into doing these channels and all this stuff. And it's not even much about the money thing. It's just it was more of the whole huge big picture of what was kind of going on here with the channel and stuff. But I'm getting my second wind here. I've got a plan of attack on how I'm going to approach this here, this offseason. And we're going to go through hard here into free agency. We're going to go hard in the draft. And then I think once we get into kind of that May period is where I think I'm just going to take a little bit of the time off to refresh up and just try to hit the reset button a little bit as we get into May, June, and then come back July strong. Weston, oh man, you'll love him. Caldwell's awesome nose. He'd free up Murphy. I'll check him out, man. I'll try to look at him tonight too, Weston. So check in with me on the next stream. I'll get you a breakdown on him on what I think, but love hearing that, as we already have a variety of really good nose tackles in this draft. We have a need for nose tackle, maybe a need for 2 nose tackles. Some really good ones in this draft, which that's one of those positions like tight end in recent years, which has just tended to be very lean over and over and over again. Brian E says, the Hawks Nest, okay, I said to me, but I'll say it directly to you. We're lucky to have such a good community that can only happen with a superb content provider. Well, I'd love to take credit for it, but I think it's as much you guys on this, Brian, and that you guys stay in this mode. And I just see so many other chats out there that just can't do this. And it's just so easy for things to get into emotional state of things and things just to get to where people are shouting at each other and screaming at each other in the chat. And it's hellacious. And that you guys don't go there and that we're able to keep this in this place. And again, it's not for a team that's riding high and that we're Super Bowl contenders and everything's golden and great and it's sunshine and roses and wine and cheese. Things are in a place where we haven't contended in 10 years. The fan base is in a bit of a position right now that I can feel at times where they're antsy and they're a little bit, morose on this. And man, how long is this going to take? And I'm not as much on Gino. That there's a lot of different things that have people kind of feeling and not as much the positive direction of things, but that we can't keep that here, man. I I think it's not as much a testament to me as it is to you guys on that. And I do my little part here on this, but it is you guys knowing that and staying in that mode, and it's really appreciated. I really love to see it from the chat, because I can just see that the discussion smoothly moves so much through better when we are in that mode. But that's very kind of you to say, and I appreciate that. Thrill House, Brandon and me are going to go on an all expense paid vacation. Brandon deserves it. Thrill House USA ID can only buy the Hawks, no problem. That's right. B's second win is going to win us 3 Super Bowls. Just watch. I hope so. I hope so. I don't know how good the third win's going to be. I don't know how. Secretly Paul Allen. Well, me, you were awesome on that, man, for that final big, huge, monstrous donation on your side of it. I really thank you again for all of your recent support to the channel. You've just been amazing on that, brother. I want to thank all the other folks as well on this. Dogzilla, The Real Cheese, Jeffrey Thistle, Hand Grenade, Rap Report, King Prodigy, Random McDaniel, Chris Osmond, PGZ multiple times, Dylan Souza, CD Woods, Martin Lawrence. You guys were all absolutely tremendous as far as the donations and support today, as you guys always are. As you always are. I am due to do a member-only stream, by the way, so keep an eye on that. If we don't get that out tomorrow, I will try to get that out on Saturday. We'll get something cooked up for you guys on that side of it. So be on the lookout on your community post or Patreon if you are on either of those two sides, as we will try to get something out to you guys as far as some kind of, I want to keep getting some updated content with you guys, keep rolling through some stuff. I've been behind on it. I'd like to do the scouting stuff with you guys on that again, but YouTube doesn't want to let me run those cut-ups, man. They were cutting us down last time I was trying to run that on the stream for Tyler Warren. But thank you guys. Appreciate you guys for all you do, man. You're awesome, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for that. And we will be back, I believe, this Sunday. I don't know what the show's going to be on quite yet. If we get any breaking news, obviously we'll be jumping on that. But we'll probably be back this Sunday here to do some more discussion and talk on this Hawk Talk and more of looking at this off season. Hopefully, this team does get as aggressive as they need to get to a contending state. This is signaled a little bit by Leonard Williams' restructure. There's more work to be done here. John's got to go hard this offseason to get this team to a contending state. It's not just about the Geno or DK deal or Ernest Jones deal. You got to get some other stuff done here. It's going to take aggression. It's going to take kind of pulling that money and grinding it out as hard as you can to get there. That's going to be really the interesting part to see if this team's willing to do that. And if John's willing to do that, is that's not been a place that he's been willing to go here in recent years. Always kind of ends up hedging his bets. Always ends up kind of taking that middle path. We'll see what they do this offseason. But that's the thing that I'm going to be paying attention to over the next couple of weeks, especially to see what John does here and to see how hard he's going to go this offseason, how much there is an actual sense of urgency versus a little bit of sometimes that feeling you get of them being placated and comfortable and that there's not that fire that's being burned right under their ass to get this thing going. We'll see. That'll be an interesting part to track. You Matt, bro, love your channel, B. You're my favorite. Keep up the great work, bro. Everyone spam that like button to help out the channel. Thank you for that. And just that final reminder to you Matt, bro, please do hit that like button if you could. Me says, didn't you guys know B is my Valentine's this year? I didn't have a Valentine, man. We got to get somebody. I can't go empty on this one. I can't go empty handed this Valentine's. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? Thank you for that, me. I appreciate you for that, man. I really do. And back soon, guys. Back soon. Very, very exciting time right now. The Seahawks can go so many different directions this offseason. We're going to learn really soon about which way they're going to go. And we're going to know if this team is going to be ready to contend by next year really quickly, even into free agency and learning the moves that they're going to look to make. So I'll be here every step of the way this offseason tracking it. We got a lot planned up this offseason with you guys. We'll keep cooking along. If you keep cooking along, hit that like button. Get subbed on up if you're not already. I really do appreciate it on that side of it. We will be back this Sunday, but until then, please don't you ever forget, from Brandon, from Pumpkin, can we get a Go Hawks? There. I like that. That was a good Go Hawks. I like that. From Brandon and Pumpkin, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.